right, Sue, are we ready?
Okay, Mayor, we're ready to get going when you are.
All right, good evening. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you, Mayor. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en nuestra plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla, elija Interpretación de idiomas y presione Spanish o español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. And with that, we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we'll move to the roll call. Ms. Blankenship.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Middlebrook?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Cregan?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallace?
Here.
Mayor Bass?
Here.
All present.
All right. And we will go into for our closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have a closed session tonight, but I have a couple of items to report out. I have a couple items to report out from previous closed session meetings. From closed session on August 27th, 2024, we had a workers' compensation appeals board case regarding employee Hildardo Navarro, and that case has now been settled by compromise and release for the amount of $140,000. And then on November 19th, 2024, in closed session, we considered a workers' comp appeal board a series of cases involving Michael Gamberg, retired police officer, and that has been settled by compromise and release for $98,000. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move on to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes, and in accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. And so with that, we will open it up for public comment for anybody in the room. Yes, go ahead and come forward.
Pass out a handout for you guys to check out while I give the speech. Basically kind of a works cited list, everything I couldn't cover in here. Good evening, Council. Good to be back. I haven't seen you guys in a while. In the midst of my miscellaneous research, I think I've come across kind of a cool sustainable tourism idea. It's basically gamification travel app. It's an idea that's been sweeping across Europe based on a reward system to help promote visiting the lesser traveled areas, also off-season visits. Lodging, recreation, restaurants, hiking. We pick an area like Al Tahoe down to Myers, Camp Richardson, and incentivize with coupons to visit these areas. They receive the reward points for doing so. They take a photo with their receipt with a timestamp, X amount of points. We put a little QR code at the trailheads, scan it with location, X amount of points. Public transit, using the water stations, volunteering with Keep Tahoe Blue, anything that we're looking for sustainable tourism, they get reward points for it. Rewards can be anything from discounts to set areas of business, keep Tahoe Blue merch. We can even negotiate with the casinos, Heavenly and Edgewood, for the more grand prizes. As far as development, if we can make citizen science app, we can absolutely make something like this. We can also use Kind Traveler as a starting point. Kind Traveler is a great structure, but it's mostly informative. It needs a little bit more interactive engagement. An article by Kind Traveler showed that 46% of visitors admit that it's harder to be sustainable on vacation rather than at home. Well, yeah, vacation is supposed to be carefree fun, not feel like work. So that's the whole idea. Design it around carefree fun. See how many points to see how many points you get, you gotta spin the wheel. We can do a room, food, fun, hike, scavenger hunt, get a mystery prize. We could have Mark Twain, John Muir audios do a little fun fact when they do the QR codes at the trailheads. Anything to make it fun. The average tourist is a millennial. As a millennial, I can attest, we're just big kids that wanna have fun and care about the planet. So like, no wonder this is working so well. To wrap up, basically think about it. It's not a tax, it's not a cap. It's not a burden on locals or tourists. Good for business, good for the environment. This many wins that nobody's lost does not come around very often. This is literally life handing us lemons. So highly recommend we not take it for granted. What do you say, council? Make it happen? Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on anything not on tonight's agenda? Yes, go ahead and come forward, state your name for the record.
Scott Lobert. Yeah, I think that's a great idea to incentivize people to come in the off season, and maybe we can get the workers to take less pay too. The issue I have is this Machiavellian treatment that Heavenly's been getting. It's pretty despicable to take money for paving the road and then renege deals and treat them so poorly. And the notion that Heavenly is just using our roads to get to the ski area for visitors and workers, and they're using the city's roads, etc. Well, they contribute to the city. They stay in the hotels, they rent properties, they buy food in the stores. It's pretty ridiculous, and it's despicable, the treatment that the Heavenly's been getting. And just now, they were asking for Heavenly to contribute to this program. That's just bad treatment. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room? Yes, come forward and state your name.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. Regarding the Heavenly annexation, I've been trying to work with community members, brainstorming, if you will, and various conversations to find kind of some solutions that we can present to you. And one of a unique one that I think has been talked about in 2016, which I don't know, in my short time of paying attention to these city council meetings, I haven't heard discussed. And I know that we're kind of in a, everyone putting their heels into the ground with the city, Heavenly Corporation, Vail, and the El Dorado County. So the idea would be that a lot of the TOT taxes and property taxes that are collected from various departments and organizations, and they go to the west side of the slope. And the idea that was proposed would be to potentially start our own county. And there are city commitments that are long-standing. So we wouldn't have to dissolve the city of South Lake Tahoe. We could still fulfill those obligations, but we could go ahead and include areas like Myers and potentially on up to Meeks Bay. And I think we have on the east side of the slope, we have a better idea of how things work in our mountain community, and we work hard to bring tourists to our area and provide a good experience. And with all the taxes collected, maybe we could go ahead and that would be a good way to retain 100% of everything we have, not only through property taxes, but through TOT taxes and sales tax and whatnot. And this would also simultaneously solve the problem that we're having with Heavenly not wanting to annex. They wouldn't have a choice at that stage. And, I think actually Vail Corporation might be more willing if we formed our own county to go ahead and be annexed, if you will. And just since I have a little bit more time, I've been trying to encourage community members to attend these meetings, to speak up, and not everyone has that capability. I'm glad that the Zoom platform is available. However, I'm talking to people that are still, challenged in technology challenge, if you will, to put it in the light way. And so I've mentioned it before on a non-agenda item, that maybe we have the Zoom link when we go to the city site, but people are having a hard time finding that Zoom link because it's just one little sentence and it's not hyperlinked. So just the modification of just doing a hyperlink, and maybe it has a different color like blue or something like that, and they can just click it from there instead of having to copy and paste, because like I said, some people, community members, seem to have expressed that challenge with that. So with that, I'd like to say that, there's a lot of things going on. I'd like to thank Christy Cregan for your service, and Devin as well. It's really appreciated. You guys have made the city proud, and that's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on anything not on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any topic not on today's agenda. I see one hand raised, and Angelica Q.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to bring up, I am on the Lived Experience Advisory Board that just kind of in the woodworks. And part of what we do is we advocate for our unsheltered folks. And, I was really intrigued to hear last meeting that you guys were talking about a warm room being brought up for maybe more of like a permanent stance. And I was just kind of seconding on that. Have you guys thought of anything else about that? Or is there anything else that is going to come into the works about it, is one thing I'd like to bring up. And the second is I would like to agree with the gentleman who just spoke before me. I had to go to Instagram to find the hyperlink for the Zoom because I couldn't make it today. I work 2 to 3 jobs to sustain my living here. So unfortunately, this is the only way that I can talk to you guys. And it was really hard. I had to take a screenshot of the picture and then somehow get, like the hyperlink from a picture and copy and paste. So it'd be really nice if we could have more access to that. So yeah, I hope you guys have a nice evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no additional public comments, but I did want to just mention that on the front of the agenda, it is a hyperlink. It's just not blue, so we will change the color to blue so everyone knows it's a hyperlink.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. All right, with that, we are going to go ahead and move into regular new business. This will be the certification of our election results, and this will go back to you, Ms. Blankenship.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Before you, we have a resolution certifying the election results we consolidated with El Dorado County for our 2024 elections. And these results certify that David Jenkins and Keith Roberts have been elected as members of City Council for a 4-year term. And the results further clarify that the ballot initiative Measure N failed. Were there any questions?
Council, any questions? All right, seeing none. I don't believe we need a motion for this, right? We're just...
Public comment.
Oh, excuse me, public comment. We will go ahead and open this item for public comment for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item number 1. All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 1. I do see one hand raised. Ms. Reagan.
I thought I had my hand up for the last opportunity for public comment not on the agenda. Is it okay to speak?
We've already passed public communications. I did not see your hand raised. I'm sorry, Angie, if you'd like to email me your public comment, I will add it to the administrative record. Okay, no, let's see, one more hand raised. Ms. Cade Bauer.
Hi, everyone. This is Heather Kate Bauer. I was a candidate for the city council, and I'd just like to congratulate everyone who won and thank Christy and Devin for their time on the council. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right, no additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Wallace, did you have a question?
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Thought you said I had. All right, with that, we are going to go ahead and look for a motion.
I make a motion that we pass a resolution certifying the results of the November 5th, 2024 consolidated general election.
Second?
We got a motion and a second, and we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Great. And with that, we'll move into our inaugural ceremony, and this will also be Ms. Blankenship.
All right, I would like to invite Mr. Roberts and Mr. Jenkins up to the podium so I can administer your oath of office. Don't be shy, come on up. All right, if you'll raise your hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, David Jenkins. Keith Roberts.
City of South Lake Tahoe City Council member.
City of South Lake Tahoe City Council member.
Solemnly swear that I will support and defend
Well, I'm still been here. What are you talking about? This track was fun.
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
I will well and faithfully discharge
I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You will join us up at the dais, okay?
All right, congratulations. We will now move into city council recognition. We'll be recognizing Councilmember Cregan, Councilmember Middlebrook, and former Mayor Pro Tem Friedrich. I will go ahead and present your plaques here. Ms. Cregan, thank you so much for your service. It has been a real honor to work with you, and we're going to miss you. To Mr. Middlebrook, thanks so much for stepping in and for the service you've given to the city.
Thank you.
Such an honor to work with you.
Mr. Mayor. Well, I haven't been on this mic in a while, so I'm going to take advantage of it. I just wanted to, while I'm here, I haven't been here in a bit, but I just wanted to thank bosses, the residents of the city of Lake Tahoe for the opportunity to serve. It's definitely been a pleasure and an honor of a lifetime, and as it has been to serve with my fellow council members. And I just wanted to say a quick little thing about each of you. And I think, Devin, it was great to work with you in the first half of the term when you were here through 2022. And I'm grateful for you encouraging me to run in the first place and for stepping up this fall. And Christy, we came here together, and being in a similar moment in parenthood, I've always been able to relate to your perspective and impressed by how you've stepped up into community leadership in a new way. And Scott, you've always held true to your views and values, and which I see as rooted in genuine concern about all those struggling to get by. And Tammy, as we've discussed many times, we may be quite different on views of state and national politics. However, when it comes to what's best for South Lake Tahoe, as you said, there's way more that unites us than divides us. And I'm also just personally grateful to you and Dwayne for your many kindnesses over the last months. Cody, you've been an outstanding mayor. You've led the meetings with kindness and fairness while always bringing to the table creative and genius solutions to make this an even better, more fun and enjoyable place to live and visit. You have one of the biggest hearts and most original brains in South Lake Tahoe and beyond, and I can't wait to ride your gondola down Highway 50. I'm proud of what we've accomplished together, and by that I mean we the people, acting through the council and staff. Just a few highlight things that I'm proud of that we did together. Built more affordable housing and repaved more roads per year than any time in city history. At least that's what I'm alleging. You can fact check it. Set the stage for housing instead of a highway in the Rocky Point neighborhood. Broke ground in a world-class recreation center. Adopted the most ambitious renewable energy commitment of any municipal government in the country while making good with energy services contract that is also ground setting. Started the very successful Lake Link service, implemented one of the nation's first bans on plastic water bottles, started the multicultural celebration, the Festival of Lights, and many other rich events, used a participatory budgeting process that 1,000 people participated in to say how we should spend $5 million in COVID recovery dollars, including $100,000 for arts funding. Took action to make it more possible for locals to live here through accessory dwelling units, mobile tiny homes, and policies like inclusionary housing that make it more attractive to build houses that locals can afford. Installed efficient dark sky compliant sidewalk lighting in Harrison Avenue area. Established a park rangers program that hires young people to maintain public parks and beaches and interact with visitors. Took action to make Highway 50 and neighborhood streets safer and friendlier to walkers and bicyclists. Under the adept leadership of Anush Najad, invested in enough new snowplow equipment and gave deserved raises to drivers to keep our streets clear all night long or as long as it takes. Increased funding for police and fire personnel, services, and facilities to provide the support to our public safety and first responders they need and deserve. And all this while maintaining a budget surplus. So I would just say I'm proud of the work that you all have continued to do as I've stepped down and made possible by the people of the city and especially made possible by the staff, who are truly outstanding, passionate, smart, hardworking, under the skilled leadership of Joe and Heather. And it's really been amazing to watch your team building, Joe. And I love how you promoted so many talented staff to new positions of responsibility and leadership. And I'd say the sky's the limit with all of you. And David and Keith, congratulations to both of you on your victories and for earning seats at the dais. I know you'll be bringing fresh sets of eyes and insights to the challenges and opportunities facing the city. And I have no doubt that you'll add to the growing list of city accomplishments. And I wish you all the best. So thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Friedrich. And with that, we will go ahead and seat the new council members. Yes.
A drink for me.
Nice.
And we invite Mr. Roberts and Mr. Jenkins to please join us up at the dais.
All right, so now that we have our new council seated, we are going to go ahead and move into item number 2. This is going to be the reorganization of the city council for the selection of the mayor and mayor pro tem. I think as we do this, we'll have discussion. I believe in the past, we'll do a motion for mayor and then a motion for mayor pro tem. We separate them in two things. So obviously start with the mayor. So I will just go ahead and open it up at that. We'll have discussion, and then we've got to go for public comment, and then we'll come back for the selection and motion. And so with that, I will go ahead and open it up to the council. And who would, Mr. Robbins?
Excuse me, sorry. I nominate Cody Bass to continue on as mayor for the next year. I think you've done an excellent job, and I think we should just keep rolling.
Okay. Let's see, other comments to that? Yes, I would be more than honored to continue to serve as mayor. Again, I would say that, the first year of being the mayor, I've learned a lot in the role. I do see a value in continuity somewhat in the role for many different reasons, but with that, I'll kind of leave it open for other discussion for the rest of council.
We do have a motion on the table already, so I don't know if there's a second, but we should probably take public comment before voting. So I just want to remind you about that.
Comment on the motion.
Or so do you want a second first? Is that what you're looking for? I guess then I can just second the motion.
You want public comment before we vote?
Yes, you need to have public comment before you vote.
Should we discuss first? Or can we?
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
So I totally think that you have done an excellent job as mayor. I remember when you and I first started here, and before that, the previous council to us, there was a concern that two people kept going back and forth, and that we have attempted very clearly to make this a ceremonial position, because that's what it is. And so as much as I think that you've done a great job, I do think that we need to continue to rotate or change and get fresh perspectives. And so with that, I definitely am interested, even though it was 3 years ago that I did serve as mayor. I think that it's a good idea to just have a fresh perspective sometimes. So thank you.
Yeah, as an outsider for the last few years, I've watched you, Cody, and it's been amazing, how well you've commanded the position. And I think certainly, it's not something not to be considered for you to continue on. But I do myself kind of like the idea of the rotating position, and think that maybe someone else should be considered.
Mr. Jenkins.
Nope, and then you just push the microphone. There you go.
Where's the 5-year-old when you need it? Yeah, I came into this meeting with an opinion that both the reorganization and several assignments should be held over till January. That was my original thinking. I too think that Mr. Bass, Mayor Bass, has done a fine job. He's been a real gentleman. He's handled the meeting well. He's been courteous to the public. He's been courteous to other council members. And I think that's important for us as we move forward. But I do understand that we have, as some people have commented to me, none of you, because I can't talk to you about these things, but they've pointed out that we do have a protocol that we've used in the past. And I would prefer if the parties that we do it in January, but if not, I'm prepared to vote on the matter.
All right, so with that, I think unless there's any other comments from council, we'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is on item number 2, the reorganization and mayor pro tem selection. So anybody in the room? Yes, Mr. Lobert.
Change in leadership. It's a bad look when you have a pot dealer as mayor. It's disgusting. Somebody that gets pulled over 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody that has this much legal trouble. I think we need to go in a different direction and send a clear message. We don't need this kind of garbage. Thanks.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Obviously, you don't have a sense of humor, or else you'd make Scott the mayor. So with that in mind, number one, I object to Ms. Wallace being selected. She's kind of bullied in the past. Her comments outside, I was here at the chamber when she screamed at the top of her lungs outside at Mr. Robbins, calling him a real asshole, and I mean screamed. You know, and also right over here at a break, after you spoke to him, Mr. Bass, to Mr. Robbins, you know, calling him a real jerk, got right in his face and screamed at him and called him a real jerk. And I don't think anybody like that, that treats another council member like that, you know, whether you think he deserves it or not, deserves to be mayor. And I don't think you deserve to even sit up there. You know, I think it should be recalled, and for quite a number of reasons. So, you know, I think we should move past that. There have been instances in the past where people have, you know, if you remember, even the more recent one was Hal Cole. He was mayor, and then it was the 50th anniversary, and he said, you know, I've been here 20 years, and I want to be mayor for the 50th anniversary year and stuff. So, you know, ceded to him, and he served again. So, you know, and there are instances where people, Mr. Robbins was the biggest vote, excuse me, was the biggest vote getter when he ran. You know, and in the past, people have used that as an excuse to say that, you know, should deserve a shot if you're the biggest vote getter and sit here for 4 years and don't get to be mayor. So, you know, all things considered, you know, I don't have a problem even, you know, Mr. Jenkins has been, you know, was city manager here for quite a few years even, knows the process and familiar with city government. And yes, even though just coming into the position and being seated, you know, could possibly do the mayoral job. I don't know if you want it. But that being said, you know, like I said, to me, the choices are between letting Mr. Bass continue or have a sense of humor and put Mr. Robbins. Who knows, he might grow into the position. So that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I'm going to agree with Mr. Mosier. I have great respect for you, Tamara, but unfortunately your emotions and your disrespect for some people in this council chamber have been palpable to the community. Your husband's direct attacks against a member of this council, personal attacks, are completely inappropriate, and I feel that the only correct choice is to leave Cody in his position. He has done a wonderful job. He has been completely compassionate towards his community. He has shown his ability to compromise with every single person that was on this council, which, by the way, has been the best council and staff that this city has ever seen. This has been an incredible 4 years. The previous years before this council were great as well, but this has been the best council. I don't want to see that change. I do have great respect for you, but we need to move past this election cycle. Was awful. It was horrific. It was embarrassing. It was tragic for our community on very many levels. The insecurity and just an attitude, it was just very immature, the way that this community behaved on every level. That we cannot be civil is very disappointing, and I think the only way to be civil going forward is to keep Cody as mayor. I think he's done a wonderful job. I think that Scott really cares about this community more than people give him credit for. I think he is very compassionate. I think his heart is absolutely in the place of the community. You might not like the way he speaks, but I think that he does deserve his shot. If we are not going to give him a shot, which I agree would be probably not the best choice at this point, it needs to be Cody. And I think that it just needs to be Cody at this point. And I love you, Tamara, and I really appreciate you. It has been an excellent 4 years, and I hope we can continue that. And I hope you two will continue to compromise and continue the forward thinking for the future that we have had going, and not move back to this, let's be conservative, let's be careful. We need to move forward and not think about the next 4 years. We need to think about the next 20 years, the next 30 years, and what this place is going to look like then. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Asbury.
Hello, thank you again, City Council and staff. My name is Eric Asbury, and I'd like to go ahead and voice my extremely strong support for Mayor Pro Tem Tammy Wallace to go ahead and take over the position of mayor. Cody, you have done an excellent job. I mean, just phenomenal. You have shown yourself to be a true leader. I attended the certain events like the State of the City address where you went ahead and went over all the accomplishments over the past year. But one of the things that stuck in my mind is we almost tripled the amount of paved roads from years past. That's phenomenal. And it does take a group effort. So it's just not you that I'm saying, and it's a variety of, it takes a team. And there's 5 city council members, as you know, and you have represented the position very, very fairly and very professionally, and I can't say enough of how well some of these comments that you get from the public can be kind of hurtful or whatever, but I'd like to say that sometimes those are just people that are the loudest speakers in the room and aren't a true representation, because this past year, especially the last 2 years, I've been kind of paying attention. So I really don't know how the process works in the long term. The switching, handing off the baton to one another seems to be a good fit, just to get some fresh perspective. I do want to make a mention that I think anyone but Scott Robbins, please. Scott Robbins is an embarrassment. He's a polar opposite to you. I could never imagine him being a mayor, even a mayor pro tem. And so I think it would be a mistake to go ahead and vote him as a mayor pro tem, Scott Robbins I'm talking about, and for him to ever be mayor during his term. There's been a strong voice in the community to recall Scott Robbins, and that has been put aside because there's a strong team of 4 here. And there's just an anomaly in Scott Robbins. And I would just say that, please, anyone but Scott Robbins, for mayor or mayor pro tem. And I'm speaking not only for myself, but what I've seen in the last 2 years, disrespecting. The only disrespect, the common denominator is Scott Robbins himself, disrespecting other city council peoples. He does need, someone to yell at him and put him in his place. And so I think those, I wish I would have been able to witness it, but firsthand, but I think that was in order. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes.
Stephen Bailey, South Lake Tahoe. Proud to be in front of this council. You have a great team here. And as mayor, I've always respected you, and a little bit hurt that words would be said that would disrespect you. We all in life have problems at times, but you have been one of those individuals that has always been capable and willing to stand up and protect this community. I have no problem with you or the things that you've done here in this community. I do urge the council, however, to continue the rotation of the mayor. This is an honorary spot, and Mayor, you've done a great job over the last year, but I do think that it is important that there be a rotation from year to year as to who the mayor is. But I want to say thank you, Mayor, for the work you've done.
Anybody else in the room that would like to give comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on this item. I do see we have 2 hands raised. Ms. Bauer.
Hi, everyone. Heather Kate Bauer, South Lake Tahoe. I would just like to thank everyone for your position on the council and remind everyone in the room that everyone on the council was voted by the voters of South Lake Tahoe. To disparage any one of them is just disparaging the community. So please refrain from that. Cody Bass has been an excellent mayor. He's very approachable, very calm, very engaging with community members, and I salute that, and I think he's been an excellent mayor. I do feel that it is good to see the torch passed along, so to say, to allow other voices in the room to step into that role and show what they can do. So I'm either way, I'd be happy to see Cody or Tamara as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Jay Marquez.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to sort of echo the sentiments of the previous commenters that, Cody, you've done a great job. And I do believe that it would be beneficial for the city of South Lake Tahoe to hear from more voices like Scott's. I know he's a controversial figure on the council right now, but, there are some of us out here who do appreciate that level of passion and that forward thinking. So, for what it's worth, I would fully be in support of Scott as well, to take a position of mayor or mayor pro tem. I do also agree with the concept of passing the baton, but if the purpose is to have a fresh voice, perhaps it shouldn't go to someone who has previously held the position. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great. With that, we'll bring it back to council and we can have more discussion. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you. I too think that all members of the council bring value. I may not like, and people may not like always what they say, but they are people who are elected by the council, by the people, you and others. And we're not supposed to be a rubber stamp group up here. We're supposed to be thinking about what's best for the community. I certainly have a high regard for Tamara, Mayor Pro Tem. Cody, the mayor, he's earned my high regard because of the way he's conducted himself in the council. I want this council to get along better. I want to see us agree on things that we can all work together. There is a protocol. The protocol exists. I would have preferred this matter be in January, when the new members and me in particular could have had more time to just think about this and other assignments. But I'll support what is the current protocol, even if I have some reservations about it as it sits. I think we should be able to select who we think is best. I have no problem with either candidate, but I'll support the protocol as it's been established.
Okay. Any other comments from council before we vote on the motion? All right, seeing none, we can go ahead and vote on the motion. I'll show you.
So, Mr. Robbins, did you want to put forth a motion? I already did. Okay, and then Mr. Bass? Okay, so we're just going to do a voice vote because we haven't reset the computer. So when I call your name, let me know how you vote. Councilmember Roberts?
No.
Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins? Mayor Pro Tem Wallace,
No.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion fails.
So if we're talking about protocol and it being a rotating position and a ceremonial position, that would that would mean that you'd want someone who has been on council and who has not yet been mayor. And there's only one, that would be me. I think Cody has the experience to do this because I haven't been mayor pro tem yet. But if we want to follow protocol, then that would be the rotation. And that has been the protocol for many years.
So I think that there's some confusion about protocol versus the way that we've done it. And because we have a written set of protocols. So what we've talked about, at least in my and Mr. Bass's time on council, was that it was a rotation. However, there is also nothing that says that we have to do it that way. And here's my concern with you, Mr. Robbins. We have not always gotten along, and that's fine. I have been part of that, and I accept my responsibility in that. And however, the one thing that, at least in my mind and in my opinion, that the mayor does that is super important is that we represent the council in the public and in the media. And I have major concerns based on the last 2 years that you would be able to effectively communicate on behalf of the council and not yourself. And so that is a real concern for me. During COVID, during the Caldor fire, as mayor pro tem and then mayor, I represented the council, not Tamara Wallace. And I made a very good effort at that. And when there were times when I didn't always agree with the council, I then went to either our PIO or the city manager at the time and asked them to handle it, because I really feel like that is an important position that the mayor does. Other than that, the only extra power you have as a mayor, besides running the meetings, is to call a special meeting, which we haven't done in a really long time, because there's been no reason to. So I would be willing to consider supporting you as mayor pro tem once I have those fears allayed, that you could represent the council and not yourself as a mayor. So that's my concern.
Okay. Great. So anybody else that would like to speak? I'll just say, thinking more about this, we've both been elected now twice, right? And you're up now for your second term as being mayor. Both been elected here the same amount of time. And if we're both going to serve 2 terms as being mayor, which would be kind of matching it up, if we're going to talk about protocol and talk about those things, for me, if I were to serve as 2 terms as mayor, it does make sense for it to run in continuity, only because in the public realm of things, when I'm going out as mayor, as I have many times working with the tribe and all sorts of things that don't fully understand how you were even appointed as mayor, I think there is a sense of continuity that does work better, and just in the representation of the city. Generally, a mayor is elected and they serve a 4-year term. A 1-year term does creates confusion in a certain sense. And so my only point is that if we're both the 2 seniors here that have been elected for 2 terms, and we're both going to serve 2 terms as mayor, it would just, for me, it makes a lot more sense to do that in continuity, is all I'm trying, what I'm saying. And then it comes back up again next year, and you look at taking mayor in the next term. I just put that out for thought. And there is no protocol that says, like Mr. Mosier pointed out, we've had multiple mayors that have served mayor and then mayor again. So there's never been a protocol that says that we can't do that. It's actually been and has been done multiple times in this council. So that would just be my only 2 cents to that. And I do agree, like I think coming into a new council, us trying to have as much cohesion and kind of working together, I definitely know that I can bring that sense of leadership to the role, and I know you could as well. I think that there have been, coming out of this election cycle and things, we are in an interesting time. So, again, I'll just put those comments out for thought and leave it up to council.
There's a lot of value in the continuity aspect for external interactions. That's handy.
I don't disagree about the continuity. I would just argue that we have had rotating or different mayors at least for the last 10 years, at least since 2014. And you're right, there is nothing that says you can't do it back to back. The community I grew up in, we had the same mayor, it was the same setup, and we had the same mayor for 17 years. So that, all things being equal, I think that you and I have different contacts with the outside agencies and jurisdictions, but we have equal contacts in that regard. We may sort of, because of our positions that we take the city council assignments, we just have a tendency to have different contacts. But I'm not going to fight for the position. I've already been mayor. I think I would be a good mayor. I think that I'm less concerned with what happened in the last election going forward, because I think things have been resolved, and that it's just not necessarily a non-issue, but it's less of an issue than I think people are thinking it is. I think we as a council have always had a really good relationship, for the most part, and we've always worked together very, very well. I've talked to people about this, that I've never once felt like I had to call a council member and say, hey, can you support me in this? Because I know that when I walk into the room that I'm going to be heard by the members on this body. So if this means that we support you as mayor again, I would be okay with that. I prefer, based on some of the feelings that you and I have had in the past about previous councils, that we do switch it around, but I'm not going to fight for it. It's just not worth it. I'm done fighting on this board.
Right, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, when I was running during my campaign, one of the things that struck out to me the most and surprised me actually was how many people talked about how divided not only our city was, but our council was. And I don't by any means mean to place any blame on you, Mayor, or anybody else. It just was what it was. And I think what that represented in our constituents was the need for a change. And I think it would be more reflective of that if we did make a change in the mayor position at this time.
Right, any other comments, Mr. Jenkins, or?
No. No, I think the struggle we are having here, the struggle is something that I would have preferred, that I mentioned to some people's chagrin, that we have a discussion in January when the two newest members, and I'm just talking for myself, would have had an opportunity to think through all of this. I'm not afraid to make a decision. I've made a lot of them in my life. Most of them I would like to think were good. Some maybe were not so good. But I think the time we're taking on this is one of the reasons that I had hoped that maybe by January that we could have resolved, that we would resolve this and this whole question of assignments and all of these other tasks that we have. But I'm prepared to vote if the rest of the council's prepared to vote. I'm ready.
As someone who still fondly remembers their college days, I am no opponent of procrastination. The challenge is that per the Brown Act, we can't really discuss this over the next month. So if we come back and do this again in January, we're not going to have, we could individually think about it some more, but we're not really going to be able to talk offline about it. That's not allowed.
Yes.
As
If I can add something, it's also in our city code, not just in our city council protocols. It's in the city code that we need to do this at this meeting. So it's not really a discussion of putting it off.
But it takes 3 votes. If you don't have 3 votes, it gets carried over. So I think I mentioned that before to staff. It can say what it wants, but it takes 3 votes. So you don't have 3 votes, then it gets carried over. If it's a tie, it gets carried over. So I appreciate the clarity, but I want to make clear that the council will make those decisions, not other people.
Point being, come January, we're not going to have a lot more new information, and I would be just as down with punting this off and not having it be something that takes up the evening. But the thing is, it's just going to come back to where we are now, a month from now, because we can't have discussions amongst ourselves in any effective way legally. And that's one of the frustrations of the Brown Act is that, there are, I get it. I understand why it's like that, and the importance of, but it also means that sometimes like the ability to do things behind the scenes is very limited. So, being able to come to like a negotiated decision over time is just not something we're able or allowed to do, because of state law. It's an interpretation I don't get to make though, so.
All right, well,
So,
yeah, Ms.
so
Wallace.
if Ms. Wallace, it sounded like you had maybe changed your mind on Cody for mayor. I'm willing to make another motion to rerun the vote, but I'll defer to you on that.
Okay. In the interest of moving forward and in the interest of, or in the sense that we've already voted on one and it failed, I am going to make a motion that I be mayor for the 2025 year.
I will second that.
All right, now we'll go ahead and call a roll call vote. Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Wallace.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right, and so with that, we'll move into the mayor pro tem selection.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, no, Mr. Bass, that Mr. Bass be the Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second that.
All right, great. I'll take a roll call vote on that. Councilmember Roberts.
Excuse me, we haven't taken public comment
Oh,
on
I'm
that.
sorry. Public comment.
And did we want to have any discussion around that?
Did you want to be mayor pro tem?
Well,
It was volunteered.
Nice.
He was
I mean,
voluntold.
this is the thing about it. It's like I'm happy to serve. I'm here to serve the people. I was elected, and if that's the will of the council, in a way, it somewhat is like again, it creates a little confusion having to go to explain to people why I was the mayor and now I'm the mayor pro tem, and that's why I was kind of talking about a level of continuity for things in the public realm when I'm out and working in places that it creates a level of confusion. That's all I'm going to put it at, and that's why I was kind of, the continuity thing is the only thing that does create a little confusion. I'll just say that.
So are you interested?
Yeah, I will take the, yes,
Okay.
again, if that's the will of the council.
You make a very good point, and maybe only the people in this room besides us understand this, but it's almost the same thing.
It is. It is, that's right. That's right. Okay, I think, oh yes, we will go ahead and open this item for public comment. This will be on the Mayor Pro Tem selection. Yes, Mr. Wallace.
Dwayne Wallace, citizen. I've had, I guess, the pleasure of having known every city council person this city has ever had. And this is always the toughest thing. Also, I was also on the utility district board for, I don't know, 20, 25 years. I only served as the president twice because I didn't want the contention that went along with it. Our city council had many people who never served as mayor and were on for many terms. Some people by choice, some people because they didn't run a meeting well. You happen to have run meetings really well. But since the statute of limitations has run out and everything's so tense, I'm going to confess something. We had one person who was elected to the city council that was really a problem person, and I happened to, as a utility district board member, sit in those seats. And they had a red button and a green button. And just because it was around April Fools, I switched those buttons when that guy was elected. And so when he came to vote, and I knew he would vote no as often as he could, he kept voting yes and couldn't figure out why. So I can tell you that now. It took them about 6 months to figure out who did it. I never admitted it, and I'm not going to say who it was. And I know Mr. Bailey would probably represent me if I needed it. But so what I'm saying is get past this and run the meetings well and respect each other. And it's time to have a different attitude about how we treat each other in our community. And I'll have to admit, when somebody says something about somebody that I love, I don't like it. We don't like the death threats we get. And those are just from family members. But, it can be very tense. It doesn't need to be. I'll give you an example. I was in Washington. I've been there many times. And I was with Kevin McCarthy and Senator Feinstein. And they were hugging each other and talking and giving out plaques and platitudes. And then I got back to the hotel room, and they were both having press conferences, just blasting the heck out of each other. It doesn't have to be that way. And Harry Reid told me once, he says, we make you hate each other so you'll send us money. So my point is, it's a new day. I will try to be more respectful, and I hope you all are too. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Luke.
Scott Loberg, it's grotesquely, and I mean grotesquely, elitist to just suggest the notion that the people can't figure out who the damn mayor is. That's grotesque. The people could figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments in the room? Yes, Mr. Asbury.
Thank goodness for the Brown Act. Thanks again for this opportunity to speak. Mayor Bass, I mentioned, made the community proud. You are a humble guy, which makes it even better. It's neat to see those Olympic stars win these gold medals, and they're just so humble and give respect to everyone. And your leadership qualities are quite phenomenal. I never saw you talk down. I'm sure you're not agreement with everyone all the time, but your ability to remain calm, cool, collected, and respect your fellow constituents or fellow council members and your constituents simultaneously has been quite phenomenal. I just figure passing that baton seems like a good thing. I'd love to see you as Mayor Pro Tem. And, if it's confusing to the public, I'll be the first to go ahead and get the word out because, I've been looking for, kind of a side job since Measure N got defeated, actually squashed. So all this free time on my hands. But Tamara, you've represented the community so phenomenally. Just really proud of you. You had like 3 or 4 letters to the community, and you know, in my opinion, you kept it very professional. I never saw the battles happening behind the scenes. Although I would have loved to see it if it's recorded and it's not against the Brown Act. I'd love to see it. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I know we have two quality city council people here. You know, people with experience and stuff. So I don't know how that would look to, you know, have someone that just got appointed and then all of a sudden they're mayor or pro tem. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Any other comments from anybody in the room? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment. We do have one hand raised, Mrs. Cade Bauer.
Hi again, everyone. Heather K. Bauer, South Lake Tahoe. I think it's a smart choice to put Tamara in the position of mayor, and I fully support Cody as being pro tem. I get the perspective of continuity, and I appreciate that. I've served on several boards where usually you serve 2 years. To continue that continuity. So maybe in a future meeting, that could be something that's discussed as the mayor's a 2-year position. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. We'll bring this back to council. We have a motion on the table, and unless there's any other comments, we can go ahead and vote.
All right. Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallace.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right, well, thank you, everybody. So we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. There are some cupcakes, and we can have a little celebration, and we will return back to here at 6:50.
Yeah, we have. That's fine. I just thought that's good.
Thank you.
How we do it. I loved you.
All 6 of them.
Call the meeting back to order. We will move on in our agenda to a new roll call. Ms. Blankenship?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Robbins.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins. Mayor Pro Tem Bass. Mayor Wallace.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, we're going to move on to our City Commission and Student Advisory reports, and I do know that we have our 2 student advisors, Sebastian Guerrero and Sasha Pickett. If you'd like to come forward. Would you like to introduce them, Mr. Irvin?
Really quick, they definitely will have the opportunity to introduce themselves and let you know what they're working on. But this is the 3rd year that the school, Lake Tahoe Unified School District Superintendent has had the Student Advisory Program. And it's a joy to work with all the students when they come through my office to see how we can teach them about local democracy and decision-making and program development and policy development. But really impressed with these 2, and I'm going to turn the mic over to them.
Hi, I'm Sasha Pickett, and I'm a senior at South Tahoe High School.
And I'm Sebastian Guerrero, and I'm a junior also at South Tahoe High School.
Outside of school, I like running cross country and track, Nordic skiing and climbing, and next year I hope to major in ecology and evolution at a 4-year university.
I'm really passionate about playing tennis, and I hope to do it for the rest of my life. After high school, I plan to go to college down in Southern California and major in real estate finance and development.
And as mentioned, we're both part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, and we meet with Cutler in monthly meetings, and we discuss issues pertaining to students and possible solutions. And we also have had the opportunity to serve as student representatives to the City Council.
well, these past 2 months, we've collaborated with the city manager and assistant city manager to put together a community academy for all of our local residents. The purpose of the academy is to engage community members and build stronger relationships between the local government and residents.
We're helping organize a 6-week program in collaboration with the Public Safety, Finance, Parks and Recreation, and Development departments of the City of South Lake Tahoe, and hope to engage around 30 community members in the academy.
We're very excited to be working with Joe and Hillary, and we can give you more further progress in the January 28th City Council meeting.
And also a huge congrats to the newly elected City Council. You guys are going to do amazing things for our community. Thank you, guys.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Pickett or Mr. Guerrero?
Mayor, may I just comment? I want to congratulate you for your interest in being involved. And I can actually remember when I was a student, I know it's a little hard to believe, but I can remember when I was a student and the encouragement that I received from my school, my high school, and from council members and the city manager in the city where I lived. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I would also like to welcome you and thank you for your work on the Community Academy. I am very excited, and I know other members of council are as well. I think that that is a great program. Thank you so much for your hard work. And we look forward to seeing you at our January 28th meeting.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other city commissioners in the audience? Yes, Ms. Richmond.
Good evening, Council, and welcome new council members. On behalf of the Parks and Recreation Commission, I want to share some exciting community updates. The 4th Annual Festival of Winter Lights is this Friday and Saturday from 4 to 8 p.m. It is a free outdoor holiday market featuring a vendor village with great gifts, handcrafted items, and treats from local artisans. Community members can meet Santa, enjoy winter carriage rides from Tahoe Sleigh Ride, snap a photo with South Lake Tahoe Christmas fire engine, as well as marvel at sparkling light displays, savor delicious food truck fare, and celebrate the season with festive community spirit. New this year, the Festival of Winter Lights features the Gingerbread House Village, showcasing stunning creations from our all-new Gingerbread House competition. While you're there, community members can cast their votes for the People's Choice Award and help decorate the crowd favorite. Also new this year, you can purchase a souvenir Glühwein mug to help celebrate the event, with all proceeds supporting the South Tahoe Parks Foundation. Speaking of the South Tahoe Parks Foundation, they have begun a new custom tile fundraising campaign to encourage community support for the equipment for the new Recreation and Aquatic Center. Different sized tiles are available, with a 4x8 tile starting at $150 and an 8x8 tile for $300, with options to customize and include a personal message or family name. Information for how to participate can be found at southtahooparksfoundation.org. We also have some flyers that are out right outside as you exit City Council meeting. We are also excited to announce the launch of the new Parks and Recreation Facebook and Instagram accounts. This initiative aims to enhance community engagement, provide timely updates, and share valuable information about the city's parks, recreational activities, and events. The new social media accounts will serve as a central hub for residents and visitors to stay informed about the latest happenings in South Lake Tahoe's parks and recreation scene. Followers can expect to find updates on park maintenance, upcoming events, recreational programs, and much more. The Instagram account is at SLT Parks and Rec, and we are on Facebook at facebook.com/SLT Parks and Rec spelled out. Speaking on behalf of the commission, we want to express our gratitude and admiration for the Parks and Rec staff for all their work to expand recreation programming for our community. We're really excited about the new social media accounts, as well as the new printed program guide, so community members can stay more informed on all the offerings we can engage with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. Council, did you have any questions for Ms. Richmond? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. We will go to our consent agenda. Council, is there anything from the consent agenda, any?
Mayor, I'd like to abstain on item 3, which is the minutes. I'd like to pull for discussion item 6 and item 10. Let's see. I thought maybe Scott would be proud of me in this, you know. I just want to discuss a couple comments in regard to those matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any others, council?
Yes, I have to recuse on item 7. That wasn't one of the ones getting pulled, right?
No.
Okay, so then I'm recused on item 7 due to a real property interest.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
And Mayor Wallace, I need to recuse myself from item number 3.
Okay.
Was that one of the ones, what was getting pulled again?
No, that's the minutes,
Oh,
because they weren't in attendance. Anything else, council? Staff, is there anything? Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Is there any members of the public that would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda? Thank you, Mr. Loberg.
Yes, Scott Loberg. And I'm looking at number 8, which is the purchase of a $100,000 4x4 for the Public Works Department. I don't think they deserve a $100,000 4x4 until they get the streets paved. Put the money toward the streets. Once those are done, then we can look at spending other money on projects like that. The other one is number 16.
Mr. Loberg, that number 16 is in the public hearing.
It was on this.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not on the
okay.
consent.
Good, that's what I thought, so I just want to make sure.
Thank you. Do you have anything else for the consent?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Can I pull 4 through 14? I just want to get my 3 minutes out of every one before you change the rules. Okay, no, actually just number 11, which is the reimbursement agreement with Southwest Gas. So we're going to get $1,052,000 from Southwest Gas for paving, so that they don't have to do it, is what it amounts to. And what I object to is, one project was by me on Park Avenue that they did this summer. And it says in Eloise, Tahoe Keys, and James and 5th and 7th replacement projects. So it says this had a significant impact on the city streets and will require repaving a majority of the streets. So which ones is, I would like, to know which ones are going to get repaved. They did an excellent job of where they did dig up and repaved, and I think we should have them do, whoever does their paving, do all our streets. They do an excellent job. Says also further down, the in lieu pavement fees will accumulate in the city's paving fund for the annual pavement rehabilitation project to pave selected streets within the city. Rather than just put it in the paving fund, they're paying this so they don't have to do, and it saves them money to where they actually worked. And I think that the money should actually go and use for paving where the work was actually done. Park Avenue needs it. You're like, you're doing your plan for State Line and everything, and you're probably at least 10 years, 12 years off, from getting grants to do Park Avenue and all that. So, and it's, it's the busiest intersection. Highway 50 and Park Avenue in the basin for both pedestrians and vehicles, and it's in terrible shape. I'm on it every day. So, where they did it, it's perfect. I can just barely drive on that and then move over. So the money should be used for where it was for, not be sent to the other part of town or anything. Since they dug that up, that's where the money should be used to repave. Object to that. You pocketed $400,000 from the Conservancy for the Linear Park Trail extension that was never completed. You held on to the bulk of the money, for 20 years, now using it, over for State Line rather than doing the Linear Park Trail. So that's the way things are done here and have been done in the past, and you should change that. So it also says if this agreement is not approved, the Public Works Department will require Southwest Gas to repave the sections of the road they worked on during 2024, and there'll be no financial implications to the city. So if you don't want to and don't agree to repave the areas that actually were dug up and worked on and use the money for that, then I say, say no to this and let Southwest repave the areas where they worked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the consent agenda? Mr. Asbury?
Thank you, Eric Asbury, City of South Lake Tahoe, resident of City of South Lake Tahoe. Don't want to overstate my position here. I was just noticing all the improvements that, successful improvements that have been made lately with road repair and everything. So I see on the item number 8, purchase of the Chevy Silverado 4-wheel drive. We need that up here. For the street division. Vehicles are getting kind of expensive, so yeah, close to $100,000. I'm in support of this, and I would say that as long as these departments can keep performing, that they should have the equipment to go ahead and perform. I'm really impressed with Cody Bass in the State of the City address. Talked about a lot of different things. One of them being roads. Another thing being our snow removal. There's investments that need to happen, and they're very intimidating. So you're like, wow, this is more than the cost of my house. I get it, but that's why we're not having the problems that El Dorado County are having with their snow removal and other stuff. So I would just say that, just speaking on that one item, that it is a lot of money and a lot of things are going up in cost. And it says purchase of a 23, 24, and just knowing the depreciation of vehicles, I would encourage the 2024, because they're going to be the same amount, but it makes a difference on the value of and whatnot. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on the consent agenda, with the exception of items 10 and 6, which have been pulled. I do see 2 hands raised. Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard. I am concerned that number 10 is being pulled, and maybe you could give me more explanation about why it's being pulled. I was here to talk about it and really want you guys to go ahead and move to the round 3 for Sugar Pine Affordable Housing as a low-income disabled person who's lived here for 30 years.
Ms. Ballard, if you're actually commenting on item 10, this has been pulled and you'll have an opportunity to comment it at that time. Do you have anything else on the consent that hasn't been pulled that you'd like to speak to?
When will the question be coming back up?
After the consent agenda, we will take the items that were pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one more hand raised. Josh Cleaver.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually a member of the Airport Land Use Planning Commission, and I wanted to comment on item number 12, which is I'm hoping that you will approve what is being requested, which is a PAPI system. It's a safety issue. It has been raised by multiple pilots that come into the airport that they have concerns about navigation. The current system is significantly outdated and is most likely costing the airport and the city more money than it should. An updated system is desperately needed, and I would encourage you guys to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. There's no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Council, we have 2 recusals by Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Roberts on item 3, recusal on item number 7 with Mr. Robbins, and then 6 and 10, but I would entertain a motion.
Oh, I believe that they are abstaining and not recusing.
Thank you. You're right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Blankenship. Abstentions on item 3 with the recusal on item 7 for Mr. Robbins.
All right, with that and the stated recusals, I will go ahead and put forward a motion minus item 6 and 10 for the consent agenda. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, would you like a presentation on item 6, or do you just have questions?
I have a question that I'm sure our staff can answer. I had asked the question of staff why we were taking on a responsibility that is now, I understand, is a responsibility of the state that has a hotline for people in rental units that they can call should there be problems that they have with their facilities. What this proposal does is the city assumes a responsibility in addition to what the state has, I assume, subject to correction, that we then would call the housing division that would then get involved. And it's not clear to me why that's a wise move for us to duplicate what the state has already. I think the state needs to do its job, and people who are concerned need to use what's available to them. But I don't completely understand why we should be assuming what is a state responsibility right now.
Good evening, Jessica Wackenhout-Lomelli, Housing Manager for the city. So as far as that question goes, this was something that was brought up multiple times by City Council. So it was brought up for the first time in September 26, 2023 by City Council, and so that was to develop the potential employee housing bill of rights. And after that, we did a lot more research. We researched what the state does. We learned that HCD actually allows cities to take over responsibility, what you're referring to, and that's to become a local enforcement agency, and City Council at the time decided not to do that. However, at the January 9th meeting, we did provide an update on all of that, and that's when they decided against it. And moving forward, we saw when staff presented on this item, we were talking about that it's often difficult for tenants to navigate HCD's system online because they have to already have an account or create a new account just to submit that. And sometimes they weren't receiving some of the feedback from the state. And so with that, we also have the housing hotline that's already operating for substandard housing issues. With that, we're already directly working with the property owners of those, but there was a gap between the employers who are master leasing some of these properties weren't understanding some of the issues that were happening on site. And so in this way, City Council moved forward to have any housing complaint that was at an employee housing location to be filed through the housing hotline. And then from there, our staff will submit a complaint to the state. So since January, we've only received one complaint at an employee housing site in the city. So it's not a huge demand right now, so it's not increasing a lot of staff capacity.
Follow up, so what you're saying is essentially what the housing division is doing is when you receive the complaint, you help them get assistance from the state of California that's supposed to be doing the job that we're paying all the taxes for. And did you at the time did you do any outreach to the affected landlord, owners of these affordable housing projects and ask them for their thoughts on this? This sounds a lot better than what I thought it was. I thought we were substituting ourselves for the state, and it sounds like you're just trying to be an advocate, if you will, for them to the state.
Yes,
Am I
that's
correct? Okay.
Yeah, so on January 9th, we also came back with employee housing outreach, it was in November 10th, I believe, is when we brought this for the first reading. And that's when I provided a overview of the employee housing outreach. So we included multiple attachments to that staff report that showed all the outreach we did. That was a lot of different community housing forum, some of the events hosted by El Dorado County, Lake Tahoe Collaborative, a lot of other community events and meetings where we reached out to a lot of tenants and prospective employees of some of those housing places, but we also conducted targeted stakeholder meetings with the employers who are master leasing. And so there are currently 5 active employee housing sites and 3 inactive permitted housing sites within the city. So 4 of them are all operated by Heavenly Valley Limited Partnership, and 1 is operated by Aramark Sports and Entertainment Services. And we did not hear back from either of those 2. And we were aware that Edgewood also operated one because they have a SRO property, which we already
monitor through our SRO program, and we talk to them about it as well.
So this doesn't apply to all owners who rent to affordable housing. It applies to those larger entities that you described. And you did outreach to them, so you've answered my question.
Yeah, and just for the clarification, this isn't related at all to affordable housing. This is an employer master leasing a property or owning a property that goes only for their employees.
Okay.
Any other member of council have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Lamalley. We'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a public comment on item number 6, employee housing signage ordinance? Yes, Mr. Loberg, and then Mr. Hayes.
Yes, what we have here is some obfuscation. These master lease agreements, that's a way of the companies having a higher rent than that would be otherwise. If you look in the Industrial Welfare Commission order, it sets the rates for rent for employees in a shared unit or an individual unit about $50 a week. And this other way that they have going, it's a way to charge them a substantially higher rate and to step away so they don't have to deal with any repairs, any complaints, so that they can be slumlords. If you look at the Industrial Welfare Commission order, I've sent it a couple times in emails to council members. It dictates how much they can charge for the rent, how much they can charge for meals, and they're hiding from that by doing this master lease agreement. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Hayes?
I'm mostly just coming up to thank you guys, bringing this to you guys' attention on behalf of my friends, the J1s who unfortunately brought this to you guys' attention, but I just want to say wholeheartedly, especially to Christy and John who are no longer here too, but thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you all. Scott, you were there day and night, back in hand, like showed me politics still have a heart, which everybody followed behind as well, but I just wanted to say thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide comment on item number 6. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Blankenship. Bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Motion to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance, the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can vote.
Oh.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 10. Again, Mr. Jenkins, do you want a presentation or do you just have questions?
No, I am one who has long supported the Sugar Pine project as I understood it to be originally. And my questions, I did ask staff about this. The concern I had is that I wanted assurance that Sugar Pine 2B will be offered to existing working locals and seniors of this city first, before it goes to anybody else, that people who live here in need would have the first priority on those. This did not happen with Sugar Pine 1, because I understand that the disparity study had not been completed at that time that you have to do in order to do this. But I was assured that this would be done for future projects of Sugar Pine. And with that assurance, then I am supportive of the application. I do want to say, though, that it is not the job, in my view.
Mr. Jenkins? I'm sorry, this is just clarifying questions, and then we have discussion later.
Okay.
Is this part of your discussion, or do you have specific questions?
I had, no, I just.
You want assurances?
Yeah, I just wanted assurances, and I received assurances that it'll be for first time, for existing working locals and seniors in need, and not for everybody else in California that might need housing, God bless them, but that's not our job.
Thank you. Ms. Lomeli?
Yeah,
If I may, Mayor,
Oh,
really
please.
quick. Sorry if I'm stealing your thunder there, but the disparate impact report is scheduled to come to the City Council January or February. And that report, staff is planning to bring a local preference policy combined with that report to council to consider adoption. That report will give us the parameters for what level of local preference we can give. So that'll be an interesting conversation in January. Anything else to add to that?
No, I would just say that this grant application is actually for the fourth and final phase of Sugar Pine. So when you're referring to the next phase, that's going to be opening up for tenant leasing. That will be this next fall in 2025. And so, like Mr. Irvin said, we'll be bringing back the local preference, the disparate impact analysis, so everyone can see how local can be defined, what are some of the parameters set around it that's allowable under affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is both state and federal law, so that the policy could be applied. So that policy will be drafted in accordance with that report.
That will be a very interesting report. I know the city of Berkeley, as I recall, that had done such a report in order to justify their local preference policy. And I'm glad to see and congratulate staff for following up on that. And because affordable housing that's built should be first and foremost for the people here in need. That's the comment. And thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and I'll just mention that right now, the way that Sugar Pine Village has been leased is it is income-based. And so it depends on your income going into it. And the other thing I'll add that we know from the applications that have been submitted and vetted, so close to 300 applications, about 80% of those are actual addresses that are within South Lake Tahoe.
One last comment, if I may, Madam Mayor. Just the Steward Company, they need to be told that when people inquire about this issue, that they really should answer the inquiries that I made prior. Maybe if I make them now, it'll make a difference, I don't know. But they need to answer and represent you, the city, well in answering the public's questions about what level of local need is being met. You might pass that along to them.
Yeah, for clarification, the city does not hire John Stewart Company for Sugar Pine Village. They're hired by Related California, who's the developer of the project. And so that's a relationship, and so they're just hired to do the lease up. And so they're not aware of the preference policies that we're working on at this time.
Yeah, they should be reminded, the developer should be reminded that their people should be responsive.
We will definitely make sure they're aware of that.
Thank you. Council, is there any other questions for Ms. Lamelli or Mr. Irvin?
Good job.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a public comment on item number 10? Mr. Asbury.
Speaking for me, thank you, citizen of South Lake Tahoe, Eric Asbury here speaking. So my concern, I thought, there's been a lot of talk about affordable housing, and I think it's an issue that isn't very important and needs to be addressed. And then when I found out these jobs, this housing was going to people that weren't even residents to begin with, and I thought, well, that's kind of defeating the purpose. And then on social media, I saw many referring us to Welfare Mountain, and I thought, well, hold on, what does that mean? And so there were people from different areas. I don't know about. I'm sure there's privacy policies involved, but they were going ahead and high earners, lawyers and whatnot, and like, oh wow, I can have a nice ski place here, paid for by the taxpayers, because there was no, we couldn't discriminate who the housing was built for, and so it's nice to see the direction kind of, or the momentum kind of changing towards, fulfilling, meeting needs of our locals that need housing. And this is kind of an expensive place to to live, as I live here full-time, small business owner, and I still struggle with increases in everything like everyone else. So it's nice to see the direction. I just thought I'd make a little comment on that at least I know there's discrimination policies that we don't want to go ahead and break the law for the funding that we received, but if we can keep the momentum going forth on like how we can go ahead and find people that are struggling within our own community that already live here and have established roots here and are facing potential challenges in housing that they might have to relocate to another area and separate from family members and whatnot, people in the workforce and so on and so forth. So that's all I had to say on that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on item number 10? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 10. First up, we have Ms. Ballard.
As long as I've been coming to these meetings, I'm sorry that I still make mistakes about things. I'm really excited that so many of the council members are for these projects. As you know, like I said, a low-income member of our community, I am going through the application process for the Sugar Pine apartments. It's not freaking easy. I don't know how somebody could hire a lawyer to get them through this process, because I literally have to show bank statements. And a lot of people find that very invasive. But the truth is, if that's what I need to honestly get into a place that can support me on Social Security disability, they can see everything they want. It's not an easy process. The people, I was happy to hear that 80% of the applications look like they were from around this area. Mm-hmm. That's actually a higher percentage than I was thinking it might be. I know it's going to be hard to make it just a local low income housing development, but because of the different laws and everything that go in. But I think so far so good if you're getting 80% locals in there, where you have to follow certain rules. And I hope to continue seeing these affordable housing places go up and supporting you all in making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Miss Judy Allen.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speaker in the sense that the process has been very difficult. I have a very close extended family member that was eventually able to get into the first phase of Sugar Pine. However, she did have to move away from Tahoe for 1.5 years, and it was not a very comfortable situation since her family is here in South Lake Tahoe and she lived here for years. So I think that the process needs to also include those who have lived here and maybe had to move away for whatever reason. During the pandemic, when we had all the high-tech people moving into South Lake Tahoe and making it difficult for a lot of our residents to have to stay here, we have to look at those kind of issues as well. So I would encourage 2 things. Number one, to make the process a little bit easier for people, because I agree with the previous speaker that the process was not easy at all. And secondly, for us to welcome back those people who have lived in our community and need to come back for their community or whatever, especially seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Angelica Q.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My question is I've been seeing that it's accessible and affordable, right? But seeing that your requirements are requiring like Social Security, um, like a couple forms of ID, and this kind of just raised my what kind of censored, because a lot of our population are undocumented immigrants and locals, even who haven't even, you know what I'm saying? They just don't have documentation to provide. And this is mostly like our Latin community. And they're struggling the most from what I'm seeing. And like, how is this helpful to them? Because it's kind of not being accessible at that point. And I just wanted to bring that to people's attention. Just because people don't have documents doesn't mean that they don't matter. And I just wanted to speak on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Jay Marquez.
Hi. So I want to, first of all, say thank you to Angelica, my fellow member of the South Lake Tahoe Lived Experience Advisory Board. So we are advocates for the unhoused community in South Lake Tahoe. So one thing, it's wonderful to see that this is going in the direction of prioritizing locals. We would, of course, also like to see a prioritization for people who are currently unhoused and struggling with housing, because, you know, obviously those are the people with the most need. And as Angelica said, people who are undocumented, because that is a barrier for a lot of people. From my personal perspective, as a single parent who's experienced homelessness and who struggled with housing instability, I was deterred by how complicated the application process was and how much documentation is required. And I understand that there are like other things at play, like this is maybe more of like a state issue when it comes to the documentation that's required and not necessarily something that can be handled by city council. But it is worth putting out there that it does sort of create a barrier for people who maybe don't have immediate access to those documents. For myself, it's going to cost me a lot of money just to put in an application, which kind of defeats the purpose at that point. You know, I'm supporting 2 kids, so I don't really have that expendable income to go and get brand new documents that I can provide for this application process. And I don't have money for a lawyer, for anyone to help me through this. So it's just food for thought. If there is a way we can simplify this process, make it easier for people who are currently struggling to apply for residency and to get through this process without dishing out what little income we have, that would be wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I have a question for Ms. Lamelli. My understanding is that those people who are already approved for Section 8 sort of go in the fast lane for some of these because they've already been approved through all of these, this application process for the most part. Is that correct?
So it really depends on the number of people in your family and your income level, because each unit is tied to a different income level. And so if you have a a voucher that's with the person when they're going in, that can help to subsidize the property further. And I don't really know if they're prioritizing people that do have those vouchers already to move the tenant-based vouchers. I'll defer to Mr. Thomas if he's aware, but I don't think we've been informed of that.
I think what you would have in that situation is someone who would already have kind of all the documentation lined up. And so it'd be easier, perhaps they would be more acquainted with the process. The rules that these projects follow they're federal requirements. So they're pretty uniform, universal, and again, it's done to ensure income verification.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, maybe you can also speak. I have this in my notes. State and federal dollars have requirements, and we're doing what we can with this disparate analysis to subvert some of that for a local preference. But there are very strict requirements, for instance, undocumented individuals and things like that. Can you speak to that, please?
That's correct. So there are certain requirements in terms of providing documentation. The local preference analysis that the city council directed is based on living here. It's just based on that. It's not based on any other kind of documentation. So it's just based on if you live in the city today, and as has previously been mentioned, establishing the parameters for a potential local preference policy for the council to consider.
I do have one more question, and then I'll let the rest of the council. Would the disparate analysis that we're doing allow us to make additional requirements, for example, to prioritize unhoused people, if the council so chose? Or does it just simply speak to a local preference?
So there are different types of housing funding sources that do prioritize, for example, transitional housing. The city is involved in some of those projects regarding subrecipient agreements with the Tahoe Homeless Coalition for the Homeless and rehab programs. Those are kind of different funding sources. Sugar Pine Village did not use that type of money. So it is not earmarked towards transitional housing, but rather what Ms. Wakanat Lomeli mentioned, it is an income-based requirement.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Council, does anybody else have any questions? Mr. Jenkins.
I would like to comment on a comment that was made by one of the people online. The process is very complicated. I was asked to sit with an applicant who was a recent widow, an elderly lady, and it is very complicated. What would be helpful to everyone if other agencies like the County of El Dorado, like Placer County, like Douglas County, like Washoe County, and the region and TRPA did as much as this city has done, there would be less of a problem, because the city it's not our job to solve all the housing problems of the Tahoe region. They have to do their part. And I don't see the other agencies, those I've mentioned, doing their part. And I hope that we, to help address the problems that have been brought tonight, that we encourage, urge, or do what we have to do to get them to do their part, so it doesn't rest all on the city of South Lake Tahoe and the taxpayers, businesses of our community. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's any further discussion. Thank you.
Please.
I move to pass a resolution ratifying the grant application for the Pro Housing Incentive Programs 2024 Round 3 and authorizing the city manager to accept funds from the California Department of Housing and Community Development for the Pro Housing Incentive Program up to $620,000 for the Sugar Pine Village Affordable Housing Project Phase 2B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We can all vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, we are moving on to the consent agenda for the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency, item number 15. Is there any information, council? Okay, staff? Okay, we will move on to public comment for item number 15. Seeing none in the room, is there any Zoom?
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on consent agenda item 15. No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion for item number 15. This will be the recognized obligation payment schedule fiscal year 25-26.
Second.
I'm sorry, there was a resolution on the agenda that needs to be adopted. If you could potentially amend your motion.
Yes, I'll amend my motion. Acting as the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency Board, pass a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule system pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 34177 for the fiscal period commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026.
I amend my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we can vote. Okay.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 16, the public hearing for South Tahoe Refuse interim year and Senate Bill 1383 rate increase. I would ask Mr. Najad. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wallace and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, the Director of Public Works. The item before you is a public hearing for the South Tahoe Refuse STR proposed rate increase for 2025. The city maintains a solid waste franchise agreement with STR for solid waste collection and disposal. The City Council authorized the current franchise agreement with STR on August 22nd, 2023. The rate setting procedure is defined in the Rate Setting Policy and Procedures Manual, which was adopted in 2012. It describes a 3-year cycle for rate analysis, a base year, and 2 interim years. Interim year adjustments are based on Consumer Price Index. The base year is based on a more detailed financial analysis of STR operations. The current rate adjustment is for an interim year, and if approved, will become effective January 1, 2025. STR submitted their application for the base year analysis on July 11, 2024. The South Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, JPA, retained the services of Crow, an independent financial consultant, to review the application and to provide recommendation to JPA. Crow performed a detailed analysis, including checking financial calculations, reviewing the application versus audited financial statements, evaluated escalation, conducted testing related to cost allowability, interviewed management, compared revenue and costs for prior trends, and compared escalations against cost drivers. I should note that there are differences between the costs for the city and El Dorado County and Douglas counties, but these cost differences are primarily due to hauling distances, cost of operations, service charges for the city of South Lake Tahoe in the current franchise agreement. STR application also included the SB 1383 analysis, which is the statewide mandatory organic waste collection requirement. Based on Crow's analysis, the proposed rate increase for this interim year is 3.3% and 5.08% for Senate Bill 1383. The monthly cost for the unlimited service with this increase will increase from $41.26 to $44.72, or a $3.46 increase. For commercial customers, the monthly cost will increase from $47.20 per cubic yard to $51.16, or $3.96 increase. On October 11, 2024, the JPA reviewed the Crow's report, which is attached to the council staff report, and recommended findings to be submitted to each jurisdiction for your consideration. To comply with the state law, specifically Prop 218, the city notified property owners and customers 45 days before this public hearing regarding the proposed rate increases. The property owners and customers have the right to protest the increase in rate until the public hearing time, which is right now. If less than majority of the customers file written protest, then the City Council may approve the proposed changes. STR currently has 11,078 residential and 558 commercial customers. By the time of this meeting, the city clerk had received 36 unique protest letters, which accounts for about 1%, less than 1% of the customers. Also attached to the City Council package is the Clean Tahoe annual report, which is currently contracted through STR. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any question. Ms. Letton, the city's sustainability coordinator, is also here to answer any questions on the SB 1383 requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najad. Council, is there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Okay, as far as the only 1%, less than 1% of the people made complaints about the increase of the rate. Since it's such an insignificant number that nobody will change their opinion on, why not keep from raising that insignificant number of people and not increasing their rate, since it's very insignificant? Besides raising the rates, I sent you the thing, it's highlighted how much the grant that the refuse company got to defray the costs. It didn't impact our rates, apparently. They didn't use it toward that. And the city has a prevailing wage obligation, and I mentioned other obligations for subcontractors. It's just despicable that they turned a blind eye to the kids that were out there in U-Haul trucks, exposed to falls off the back of these open trucks, driving through the neighborhoods, delivering the trash cans, rather than the workers that work for the company. Even if it meant overtime, they should have been used rather than bringing in outside kids who don't even know who they are. They're running back and forth across the street. You know, they're paying them probably dirt wages, and nobody's looking into that. And, you know, it's just outrageous when they also get money of that grant was for publicizing this information that they put out about the carts. And of course, it's a recycling company. It's on non-recyclable paper, nor is it recycled paper. This is like some slick campaign ad. It's a bad example. And I'm against raising the rates until they say what they use that $300,000 grant for. It's not meant to be some kind of golden parachute for the owner to retire on. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mosher?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I think, the rollout of this, I'm for, I'm for this new system. I think the rollout went quite well, considering, most every house was different, at least in my neighborhood. And I think there's like 2 minor mistakes, which they corrected the next day. And it went, considering, all the logistics involved, I think it went quite smooth. I don't mind, since my landlord's paying it, but I hear about it. Don't object to the rate increase so much as I think it would like to see a couple of changes along with it. And that is, and I called in and spoke to someone down there at South Tahoe Refuse, to see a green waste collection every week in the fall. Especially in my neighborhood, we have nice healthy trees and bumper year for cones and needles, and I could fill 10 of those things every week, quite literally. Used to put out the garbage cans in 6 or 7 bags, large 55-gallon bags. So, people are, and I filled the blue one, and, they put a note thing on it and said, you're not supposed to use it, and, I rinsed it out afterwards, so I wasn't going to, do anything to the recyclables. So, we'd like to see that change made in the fall, and they said they may look into it, and so it would be nice to see that as long as you're going to raise the rates. The other thing is to establish a number of people would like to see on the state line end of town to establish a drop-off to have, large containers, one for recyclables and one for green waste. We were told if we have more than the one green waste thing full or so, and 32-gallon things in paper bags or so, we could bring it down to the refuse center and drop it off. Well, that's driving 5 miles through traffic and back, and putting it in your car to boot. So, we'd like to see, to make it, that might be better than doing every week collecting, for those that do have an excess amount. So if they could squeeze that in with the rate increase to put collection, they had years ago at Raley's parking lot, they had a recycling center set up there. And so you could bring down your cans and plastic and whatever and stuff. So it'd be nice to reintroduce that somewhere in the neighborhood at that end of town, so we have access to it, and easy access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else in? Yes, Ms. Soderston?
I think you're all well aware that we can't afford rate increases on anything. This is all, they say only 1% of the customers respond. That's because the majority of their customers are in rentals. Their landlords aren't responding. The rental companies respond. That counts as a small percentage. It's not representing the vast majority. I don't even remember seeing a notice for the rate increases until they were put into the paper for this meeting. We were told when this rollout happened that it was required by the state that the cost would not be passed on to the customers. We get rate increases every year. Our service is worse. Recycling cans, everyone is still putting their recycling out, overflowing every single week. They do not understand that it's an every other week thing. There's trash all over the neighborhoods. The service is worse. And the fact that they asked for a deferral for the green waste is just unconscionable in our supposedly sustainable town. I agree, we need collection sites throughout the town. If you go to Portugal, my mom just recently got back to that, neighborhoods don't have individual trash cans. They have a dumpster for each neighborhood. Each street has their own dumpster. People bring their trash to the dumpster, the trash can, or the truck comes and picks it up. Much more efficient. There are global waste management companies that run very efficient systems. They do it in New York City. This is a joke here. It gets worse every day. I love our trash collectors. They are wonderful men who respectfully drive through our neighborhoods, wave at my children. They're great men. But this is an inefficient system, and we cannot continuously get these rate increases passed down to us. We just can't. We didn't ask for these cans. I was excited about the can system, thinking that it was going to do the green waste, and now it's not. So we're getting worse service. Our green waste is not picked up every week like it used to be. The recycling is not picked up every week like it used to be. We got new cans that they manhandle, are thrown through my driveway. The wheel's about to fall off one of them already because they're not even respecting the time that it takes them to roll them back. They could just throw the old cans. These ones, they have to roll back into my driveway nicely. The whole thing is a mess, and please just don't allow them to pass these costs back to us. It needs to be reimbursed from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderson. Anyone else in the room that would like? Yes, Mr. Asbury.
Hello, thank you, City Council. Eric Asbury, citizen of South Lake Tahoe. I noticed that human behavior, I am a kind of what would be considered an old geezer. So I am an old person, and sometimes we learn we need to listen to our elders a little bit more. And, I found, being an old geezer, that sometimes human nature is to be resistant to change. And I gotta say that it was huge to go to this 3-cart system. A huge change for a lot of people. A lot of people were resistant. They're like, oh yeah, this isn't enough. Complaint. People can complain about a lot of stuff, as we know. And I'm going to be one of those people that say I'm really excited about the new trash can system. I think it's working excellent. The fact that there's 1% that has complained is a true reflection of that. And we're meeting different regulations, and previous speaker speaks of a different country or region. We are unique in that we are in bear country and raccoon country. I see them on my cameras almost daily, nightly. And I let them be, and I haven't had any problems. And I think it's because I have a respect for nature, and I'm taking the extra initiative to go ahead and prevent that conflict with nature. We are in their home, and trash collection is part of that. You know, let's just keep that stuff separated. Don't feed the animals. And so I just wanted to make a mention that, you know, as a full-time member of the community, I have a couple second homeowners, and I volunteered to go ahead and roll their carts out because I know that's a requirement. And so if everyone did their little part, you know, just being extra aware of, you know, like, hey, this, that, help your neighbors out, I think this, you know, is going to be a really smooth system. I want to also reiterate a couple of the comments. These guys are really hard workers, guys and maybe gals. I haven't seen anyone, you know, female, picking up my trash, but I'm very extra appreciative of them. And my wife makes, you know, bread and, you know, some other treats. I would encourage other family members to do that. And I know we haven't seen any snow on the ground, but also respect our snow removal people. They work hard. You know, let's give some treats here and there. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Anyone else in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for public comment. I do see one hand raised. Miss Allen.
Thank you. I strongly object to any increase in the refuse rates. I'm 80 years old. I'm 5'0". I have a hard time pushing any of those huge bins. I pay somebody now to rake up my pine needles because we live in a forest and there are lots of them. And so in the past, I've always had pine needle pickup and bagged in the spring, and then again in the fall. It was about 15 bags. This year, when this went into effect, you know, it doesn't take much to fill up one of those huge bins, which I cannot move. And I was fearful because when it was filled, I was afraid days later that I had to move it to the end of the driveway, that it would fall on me and I would end up in the ER. The bottom line is that, you know, that those bins are not going to suffice for picking up the amount of pine needles that we get living in this forest, number one. Number two, I've already told them I cannot use the recycle thing. So I took my recycling down to the yard, and the gal was great, but she called for somebody to help me, and the guy was so rude, I couldn't believe it. So meanwhile, I have to take my own recycling down to the yard and then get treated like I'm some kind of a idiot. Anyway, that is not acceptable to me. The unlimited service that we used to have is no longer happening. The recycling doesn't work because for many of us, and there are 1/3 of the population are seniors and in my age bracket, and some of us women that cannot push that kind of stuff. The green waste needs to be frequent because we need to keep our community fire safe, and there's no service during the winter. So why are they raising the rates? Everything we have to do requires more work on our part, and now more rates for them to do less. I watched the guy empty the green waste bin, and he was a young, strong guy. And you know what? It was really hard for him. So they're going to end up with a lot of workers' comp problems. At any rate, I'm very sorry, but we need to look at this and try and figure out what works a little bit better. And I only have a single lane
Thank you, Miss
driveway.
Ellen. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments. All right, no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Council, is there any, Mr. Bass?
Sure, yeah. I just had actually a question. I think one of the things that hasn't been spoken a whole lot about in this rollout is that we went to bear-proof trash bins. And I'm just curious, from the refuse company, are we seeing improvements on that as far as, are you finding less trash that's getting, that bears are getting into? To me, I think it's an incredible advantage. I know at my house, I've had the bin knocked over multiple times. The bears have not been able to get to the trash. And I think in the investment that was made here, I'm really think that's a great thing. And then the rollout coming in the fall before bears are hibernating, kind of is there any data or are we seeing improvements with regards to that?
Mr. Tillman, would you like to come up and answer that? Please.
Good evening, Jeff Tillman, South Tahoe Refuse Company. Yeah, we have seen bear improvements. We see them try to get into these bear-resistant cans, and we've replaced some where you can see the bite marks all the way around it, but it hasn't been open. So we're seeing a positive in that respect. Also, I'd like to touch on the green waste and the recycling some as well. We do offer additional green waste carts and additional recycling carts for those residents that want them. Also, with the green waste each week, we will pick up the additional green waste in 32-gallon cans, or what we request are the paper bags that can be compostable. So they're still getting that type of service. In order for us to do this every week, we didn't put the budget together that way. It was meant to be 1 week recycle, 1 week green waste. And in order to do it every week, we would have to increase the size of our fleets and our employees. So we're doing the best we can out there. We know it was a big change for everybody. It was a big change for us. And I think what a lot of people fail to see there is we also wanted to improve the health of our employees, to bring down our comp insurance. We've seen over the years a lot of back injuries and stuff from all the lifting. This cart helps them, and it makes their job a little bit easier. I have seen some of them be a little rough with the carts, and we've talked to them about it. I'm going to bring that up again because I heard it brought up here tonight. I don't like them pushing them back in the driveway that way either. So, we are seeing some improvements. I think the biggest improvement we're seeing, the volume has gone up tremendously for green waste, as well as the recyclables. It's a lot cleaner. It's easier to market. It takes less time for us to get it separated. And I think all in all, the program is working. And, I'm pretty excited about it. There's going to be some tweaks, we know. We have some ideas when spring hits. We may do things a little bit different. We're discussing that internally. So, and of course, we're still servicing the bear boxes for those that want to keep those. We haven't eliminated that. And I know that was out there for a while, and that's just not the case. Are there any other questions for us?
Council, do you have any more questions from Mr. Jenkins? It's okay, just go ahead.
Once I figure it out, yeah. First, as I understand, we have a state of California mandate that actually for some areas, with the passage of AB 939 back in 1979 or 80, cities had to do separation. And then with 1383, the new legislation. So in part, while motivated well, is it not true that the state is really telling us that we have to do, even though we live in this very different environment than San Francisco, or thank God, or other urbanized, highly urbanized areas, they're telling us we have to do some of these things. Is that not true?
Yeah, 1383 deals with the organics. That's, what that law was passed for. Back in 1995, AB 939 came into place with the state of California, which required 25% reduction by the year 95. I believe it was 50% reduction by 2000, and now that reduction's gone up to 75%. And if those targets are not met, the cities and the counties are the ones responsible. And, those are the ones that can be fined. I think it was $10,000 a day when 939 first came out. So recycling has been around for a while. 1383, bringing in the organics, put us in a position where the best way to service this community and be able to get the most reduction was to go to this 3-cart system. And as I said, we're seeing a lot of success with it. We've seen our numbers go up. We're seeing the material that we normally don't see. So all in all, I think it's working.
If I may, is it not true? I recall a few people who contacted me and said they were disabled and unable to move their carts out to the street. If I recall correctly, that you went to your people and they helped people who were disabled or could not move carts. And is that true? Do you?
No, that's true. And we also offer a smaller cart. You know, you can go down to a 35-gallon cart for your MSW. And you can go down to 65 for your recycling carts. I will tell you, there's a couple of businesses that have popped up, and we got the names in our office. You know, they're offering a cart service where they will come and bring your carts out and bring them back. They're not associated with South Tahoe Refuse. I don't know what their fees are, but, you know, if you call our office, we do have their numbers, and I think they've advertised a little bit.
One last question. Has there ever been, the JPA ever considered a tiered rate system for people who fall below a certain income? Has that ever been discussed? I think there was some comment here about, by one lady asking about, have they ever considered that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a good idea or not, but has that ever been considered? To your knowledge?
I don't know if I understand your question, David.
Oh, the question is for, you know, if you look at the utility companies, even in the mandatory, when they're, that they have, if you're below a certain income, you get a lower rate than if you were at a higher income.
Yeah, we
now,
have that in place as well,
Okay,
and we follow, you know, the other utilities in town with the same requirements.
Any other questions for Mr. Tillman? Thank you.
Could I just, Mayor, could I just say that in my experience, take it for what it's worth, in cities where the city managed the refuse operation, in my experience in the 22 years I've been here, that STR has one of the best operations that I've ever seen. And what I've appreciated is you call up and there's an issue, and the issue actually gets, at least in my experience, it gets addressed. And so I would hope that people who have concerns about service would make contact with your people. And I'm sure if there's someone who works for you who is not courteous to the public, that if you are aware of that, that condition would change.
Yeah, we're easy to contact. You know, one of the people that spoke earlier online, I had got a message from them right before I came here on my phone. I hadn't had a chance to call back, so I'll take care of that one tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tillman. Council, is there any further discussion?
No, with that, then I will put forward a motion approving South Tahoe Refuse interim year rate increase of $3.30, or excuse me, 3.3% and 5.08% for Senate Bill 1383.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, council, it's just past 8 o'clock. I would like to, if it's okay with all of you, to take a 5-minute break.
Please.
Thank you. we ready, Sue?
We are ready to
Okay.
resume the meeting when you are, Mayor.
We're coming back in session. We're moving on to item number 17 under regular new business, city council assignments to boards and commissions. As part of this item, we are appointing a person to 3 different boards. The Community Action Commission, the Commission on Aging, and the TRPA APC, correct?
Yes, I did need to let you know, Mr. Messina has withdrawn his application for the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission, but he still would like to be considered for the El Dorado County Commission on Aging.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Ms. Blankenship. Is there anything else you want to add to that portion of it? Because I think we should take that section first.
That would be fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I believe we have one member of the public who has applied, Mr. Manfredi, right? Okay. I would like for you to please come up and let us know what you're applying for and give us a little bit of background about yourself, and then council can ask you any questions if you wouldn't mind.
Not a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. How you doing? And also the public. I moved out here after retiring from the military and federal government service. As you can see on the resume, I was an intelligence professional, special operator, as enlisted, became an intelligence officer. During my time and during that time also, on my first retirement, I became a police officer, then got called back to service. Out of the 32 years, I've helped within the communities, within the federal government, state, and also internationally. And what I applied for was TRPA. Since moving here and retiring, I became a developer and a contractor. So I know how the city works, I know how planning works, and I know the importance of TRPA. So I did apply for that to be part of that program and give value to what is going on, because I really believe not just South Tahoe, but the community in general, all of Tahoe, Nevada, California. I also applied for the community with El Dorado, because one of the things that's important in a community is poverty is very important to really understand every level of it, including housing. We have an issue with housing. Being that and a community member, not only do I speak English, I am fluent in Spanish and both read, write, and talk to the people in the language. A long time ago, when I was a young Marine, I was also a child advocate for the state of California, where I served with the less deprived and those that were here illegally, because we had the issues of the children being born here, but the parents were not. So I've dealt with courts, and I understand the importance of poverty. I've been gifted, I joined, I retired, I love what I do, I have a great business. But I think it's important when we deal with housing, low income, urban housing, is to bring everybody into the community, because no one is more than anybody else. And when I talk to my leadership in command, including when I was briefing President Bush, the private is just as important as the general. And that's the way we need to look at it. So that's why I'm applying specifically for working with the county, knowing laws, regulations, and rules. I know the federals, I know the states, and I also know the counties because I've worked in these environments. But I think what's important is, and I applied for many other communities, is being retired, I have the time and devotion to give to both of these committees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manfredi. Hold on one second. Council, do any of you have questions for him? On either the TRPA APC or the Community Action Council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the community who are applying? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Ehrlich. I'm applying for the APC position. I've been a resident here since 1988, and I've had a background working for most of the agencies in the basin, including TRPA, Tahoe Conservancy, Lahontan, and my last job was with the city, Public Works. I was the stormwater coordinator. And it's good to see some of the projects that I saw in the early stages are actually on your agenda for tonight, continuation of some of the Tahoe Valley project work. So I'm familiar with quite a few of the things that the APC looks at in terms of environmental documents, plans. A lot of the stuff I'm not familiar with, but I've been on interagency committees in the various jobs I have, and I feel that I could represent the community well. It given me an opportunity to serve the community, and I would be eager to. I understand a lot of the processes that are going on in the different agencies, and I feel I'd also be open to having input from city staff on the issues that they feel are important to the city as they go up before the APC. So I'd appreciate if you consider my application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ehrlich. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Ehrlich? Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again. I remember sitting in here talking about storm drainage at one time, many years ago.
It was many years ago.
Yes. I think it's really important with any advisory committee, particularly as it relates to the region, TRPA and CTC and Lahontan Regional. They all have different missions as well, you know. But the advocacy, would you agree, or are you comfortable with the idea that people who represent the city represent the people who live here, the people, the business people, the residents of the city, the investors in the city, and are you comfortable doing that? And maybe council itself would be setting policy, and I would assume that you would be, if you would be an advocate for that policy if they were to set it.
Yeah, I would be a representative for the city, and it's a lay member position, so I'd be bringing my background as a longtime resident of the city.
You used to get very good answers when I recall when you worked for the city.
Often good enough, but thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ehrlich? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public here that have applied for these seats? Okay, seeing none. We are going to, if there's no questions from council, we'll move to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make public comment on item number 17, specifically the seats of the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission, the El Dorado Community Action Council, and the El Dorado County Commission on Aging? Yes, Mr. Asbury.
Thank you. Short comment on this. I've been, over the last year, working with several different local politics, we'll just say, Measure N, defeating Measure N being one of them. I've got to know a gentleman by the name of John Messina, and I've actually taken an extra role in participating in some of the events that they have at the senior center, and he has an application for El Dorado County Commission on Aging, and I think he's pretty qualified for the position. Getting to know his character and him being a senior himself and his participation in the community, I think he would be a good fit for the position. So I thought I'd just kind of give a shout out to Mr. John Messina in thinking and just saying that I think he would be a good fit for the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who'd like to provide public comment on this item. Samsung SMG970U.
I believe that must be me.
Oh, hi, Mr. Messina. Go-
I'm not used to doing this over Zoom.
All right, go ahead and address council, Mr. Messina.
Yes, I am running for the Commission on Aging. I've been working with them for a while. And I think that everyone should recognize all the volunteer staff and workers who provide healthcare, nutrition, and recreational services for our seniors in the city. The center has lost many of its participants during COVID pandemic, primarily because they were afraid to leave their homes. And we need to get things moving again. We need more volunteers for the senior center that can help and promote it. After my father passed away, my mother spent many years enjoying activities at a senior center. She participated in arts, crafts, aerobics, square dancing, senior travel trips, and many other social events. And I would like to see our center as lively and vibrant as the one she enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. There's no additional hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, I would like to encourage discussion on this item.
Mayor, I think we're fortunate to have people of this caliber who are interested in these commissions. Having them here and having the voice from Mr. Messina was helpful. I'd like to see all three appointed to the commissions that they have applied for.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we have Mr. Ehrlich and Mr. Manfredi here for the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission, but Mr. Manfredi also applied for the county's Community Action Council. So do you have a preference, council?
Go ahead. Go right ahead. Well, I mean, I would say that I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Jenkins. I'd like to see all three of them appointed. So with that, it would seem that Mr. Manfredi has applied for two. So since he's the one that's applied for two, we give him the Community Action Council. And Mr. Ehrlich was the one that applied for just the APC on TRPA. So
Is that a motion?
sure. There we go. We'll put that forward as a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I heard that Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, either way. So we have Mr. Ehrlich for TRPA Advisory Planning Commission. El Dorado County Community Action Council is Mr. Manfredi, and El Dorado County Commission on Aging is Mr. Messina. We can vote.
Yep.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to do this one a little bit different because we have to have such a long discussion about our own assignments. I'm going to take public comment first. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the council assignments, the city council assignments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 17 for the city council assignments portion. No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it back to council. So we can just start at the top. I think that it's important, at least in my opinion, to talk about getting rid of some of these. There are so many of them, and if it's not mandated by statute, because we do have several that are mandated by statute, and then they're set forth others that are by agreement, joint powers agreement, resolution, bylaws, or past practice. And then we have the ones that we are members of that are non-voting. And then we have our specific city council appointments. So for the subcommittees within city council. And I would like to see us cut a lot of those if we can. It's important for us to be a part of it, at least in my opinion, but some of these, there's a lot.
Is the abandoned vehicle
that is set forth by statute.
Because that's a complete waste of time.
And I think, Mr. Robbins, you did, honestly, Mr. Middlebrook, when he was on it for, I believe, 4 years, really found it fulfilling, and I hope that you did too. Well, let's start at the
It's a real
top.
power broker of a
It is a
committee.
power committee. Yes, it is. So let's start at the top, though. Let's start with the California Tahoe Conservancy. I have sat on that board for 5 years now, and I enjoy it very, very much. And I would like to continue on it with an alternate of Mr. Robbins currently, but I'm willing to hear.
Mayor, I would second, well, if there's a motion, I guess I would make it to do that, to make that appointment. Some of the assignments and the committees that need to be eliminated, I would hope that we would have, Mr. Robbins, is a discussion in January on, but these council assignments to like CTC and and TRPA and stuff, those are important. They're all important, but I agree with you that we have to shed some, let staff do their work, let them bring recommendations. If agencies have issues that they want to bring, let them bring it to the full council. But I would make a motion to reappoint you to the position you're currently in.
And is Mr. Robbins still interested in being the alternate? Okay.
I'll second that.
Are we going to vote on each one?
No, we're not going to vote on each one.
Okay,
I was just
thank
going to
you.
clarify that. Yeah, so let's
Some of these are
go
more important than others, Dave.
Yes, well, yes, and again, some are set forth by statute and others are by practice, and so let's go through all of them and we'll talk about each one, and then we'll have one motion at the end. How's that? So the city selection committee, that is always the mayor, so and they meet once a year. Then there's the El Dorado County LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission. I've been on that. I know Mr. Bass served on that. It does require about once every other month trip down the hill, although they do have some provisions for wintertime months to do by Zoom. I have chosen to go in person though, because I feel like you have a better voice when you're in the room with them. And I'd be willing to keep it unless somebody else really, 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 really wants it.
I definitely support you staying on the roll, especially with all that we have.
Yeah, we have a
happening.
lot of stuff
Yeah.
going on with the annexation. Okay. Moving on to the El Dorado County-wide Oversight Board. That is appointed by the Selection Committee, which is the mayor. And then that, I think, only has one meeting per year as well.
What does it do?
They talk about the redevelopment successor agency information, and am I getting that one right? Oh, yes.
Olga can speak to
Yeah.
their purpose.
They approve recognized obligation payment schedule that we have to submit to DOF once a year by February.
So we have to have it.
Okay. Yeah, oh, we have, that one is by statute. So is anybody interested in that? Okay, I'll take that one because it usually is, okay. Then we have TRPA. Currently, Mr. Bass with an alternate of Miss Cregan was on this, and this is probably our most involved board. I've not served on it and am not interested.
I'll pick up the alternate slot.
That's funny.
I am interested in the
Okay.
TRPA board if the council wishes me to do that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Mr. Bass, are you interested in
Well,
continuing?
so I would say I've served on the board for a year now, and it has taken me a year to really get my feet on the ground and caught up with it. I would say, Mr. Jenkins, if you're interested in it, I think it would be good for you to serve as an alternate for a year, to let me work with you and catching
Great.
you up on kind of because it is a very involved board, trying to understand the dynamics of the 5 counties and the bi-state compact, and there's a lot to that. So that would just be my advice, but I will tell you, it takes almost more time in a certain times than the council even does. So I just think that that's a good practice to go through.
I will tell you from what I know and what I hear that you as a representative on LAFCO did a very good job, and you spoke.
TRPA.
Excuse me, TRPA, LAFCO is on my head, mine. That you spoke up at times when there needed to be speak up on issues that were important to our community. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to continue with Mr. Bass with Mr. Robbins, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then we have Tahoe Transportation District. Currently it's Mr. Bass, but he ended up with ended up with both because of Mr. Friedrich's leaving of the council. So are you still interested in that, or would you like another council member to take that?
It's interesting. There's a lot happening right now in TTD. We are in a major transition. If anything, I think it'd be wise for me to stay on if there is other interest as alternate at least, only because, again, our kind of the transition that we are going through right now is pretty critical. I've been on this board for 5 years, and it's taken 5 years to get where we are right now, and we are in a very kind of, I would say, critical time of really restructuring TTD as we form the JPA. So I would say for somebody taking it on that hasn't been there and hasn't been through that, there's a lot to catch up on. But again, I also have so much on my calendar already, so part of me says, like, I'd like to give it up, but at the same time, I also really want to stay involved through the process.
I don't know where the two of you are, but I know that Mr. Robbins, you are the alternate, and you had to step up at least once that I know of.
Yeah, and I gave the report afterwards
Mhm,
about how
right.
they are something like twice as expensive per operational mile as comparable ski towns in California.
Yes.
Which I brought up both in council report and at the joint meeting.
Right.
Where we formed the JPA, which is a good reason to do it.
So,
I mean, I'm in support of either way. My only thing would be, yes, if it does go that way, it's probably wise to stay on, for me to stay on as alternate.
okay.
But
Is
I'm
everybody okay with that?
So what is?
So it would be Mr. Robbins taking over TTD and Mr. Bass going on as alternate so that he can support Mr. Robbins, because Mr. Bass has such a rich knowledge of it.
Are you both happy with?
Sure.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Everybody okay? Okay, well, moving on. The South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority. This is our brand new one that we've just created. And so is there anyone that is burning to be on that? I know Mr. Bass is interested.
Yeah, I'm definitely, this is something that's been a long.
We've worked on that
yes,
for a long time.
We've worked on it for a long time, and super exciting, and yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna take two members, and so,
Mr.
yeah.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr.
Mr.
Roberts,
Roberts.
yeah. So, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Bass, is everyone okay with that? Okay?
Sorry, we do need an alternate.
And an alternate. Mr. Robbins, are you interested in being the alternate on that?
Sure.
Okay, so we have Mr. Bass, Mr. Roberts, with an alternate of Mr. Robbins. That's gonna get really confusing. The Robbins and the Robert thing.
I want to go to those meetings.
Okay, now we have the most sought after appointment. The JPA for abandoned vehicle abatement. Mr. Robbins has done such an excellent job. Mr.
I have
Middlebrick,
signed the forms. I chair, I don't know if you know, I'm the chair for that committee.
Oh.
That is the power.
that is the power assignment.
I show up here and sign forms for it.
Okay, so are you interested in continuing?
No, I think one of the new members needs to.
It does
needs
seem to be a
get the-
hazing thing.
I think the new members need to experience the rip-roaring
Mr.
action.
Jenkins, you have not got your name here. Are you interested?
I thought I was on the TRPA.
The alternate, yeah.
Yeah, but so
But
my
you
name's
want to
on
be the
there.
head guy, right?
No, I don't want to be the head guy.
I
I
nominate.
want to go when Mr. Robbins is in charge, and I want to watch the meeting.
I nominate David Jenkins for the JPA.
I will say
I
this,
volunteer him.
It's not
You're
a
so
lot
kind.
of extra
No, it's
work.
fine, it's fine.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Jenkins for JPA abandoned vehicle abatement.
Do I get a plaque?
Yes. So next up, JPA for the Cal Tahoe OES, SOE, whatever. It's the ambulance JPA. I've served on that for the last 6 years. Ms. Cregan was most recently on there with me. I would like to continue on, but if there's some burning need.
Mr. Roberts?
I'd be
Mr.
willing to
Roberts?
take Ms. Cregan's.
Yes, perfect. So is everybody okay with myself and, okay,
I guess
perfect.
I'll
You've
stay
done a
as,
tremendous job, too.
And then we have an alternate as Mr. Bass, yeah.
Yeah, which I can stay because I've also served on
Because
the
he's
board.
also served on
Right.
it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then there's the Clean Tahoe program, which is really the best board on all of these. And so I would like to stay on that, but I'd be willing to, it's also two positions. It is one of the most fulfilling boards that we sit on.
I would be interested in taking Ms. Cregan's.
Okay, anybody else interested or, okay, so Mr. Roberts and myself for that. Then skipping the Commission on Aging because although Mr. Roberts was that last year, now we have Mr. Messina. League of California Cities Sac Valley Division, you attend quarterly, I believe, their Northern California meetings if you can, and then you are the voting member usually when we go to League of Cities annual conference.
I'm happy with whoever the council appoints, but I want to assure you that I have a great interest in the League of Cities. I have had throughout my career, and I think the League of California Cities can be, with our involvement, it can be a great advocate for us with the 481 other cities in California. And I think that and I have applied for a league policy committee that I served on in my prior life as a city manager. And, but I would support whatever the council, I would support, but I'm gonna go to league meetings whether you pay for them or not, because I just think it's that important.
Mr. Robbins, you're currently the rep on that. Are you willing to give that to Mr. Jenkins?
Yeah, I've done it I've gone to those meetings for the last 2 years pretty regularly. And as I recall, like when we have the actual conferences, it's not just the rep that can go, it's usually several.
All members of council are eligible
As far as
to
going,
go.
and that's for going to the sessions and the conferences, but it's just the voting part.
Right.
And I've done the voting part for the last bit, but I'm happy to hand that over, but.
I was hoping that you would step up for this one
But I
because I
think
think that you
going
have
to
a
the
rich
conference is
history
what's-
with them.
Okay.
I think going to the conferences are most interesting. so.
Yeah, and the five of us are still eligible to go to the conference.
I'm really glad to
so
hear that. Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins for the League of California Cities. Then there's the Park Avenue Development Project Plaza Maintenance Association, PADMA, which is the common areas. It is by statute.
Are all of these statutorily
Oh, no,
required?
I'm
or
sorry.
some of
This
these-
is by agreement, joint powers authority, resolution, bylaws, and our PAC process. And I don't know specifically on that one. However, I will say Mr. Bass and myself have served on that for the last 6 years. And it's an important part of the community.
The city, the city has the paved areas that you are y'all are the owners of the sidewalk area, which means that we get to pay for the sidewalk repairs and all of that. But that also then makes us part of the original agreement, makes us part of the PADMA along with the other property owners. And it's very important because its success is important to the community.
Correct. It's the largest sales tax generator in our community. That area is.
I'd be interested in staying on it with Ms. Wallace, only because there has been, over the last 6 years, we've done a lot, I would say, kind of working together, and then there is quite an understanding to kind of catch up on in a sense, so I think it's
Yeah.
not a bad idea for.
I'm okay with it either way, but if anybody is interested, it feels like I'm not getting rid of anything. And my husband's
That's the
staring
idea.
daggers at me. Okay, so moving on, South Lake Tahoe Recreation Facilities JPA. Mr. Robbins, you're currently the rep on that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Super.
Anybody else interested? Okay, Mr. Robbins. Does that require an alternate? No. Then there's the Community Play Consortium, which is different than the Rec JPA, and I don't know the nuances of that. Ms. Cregan was the rep.
So I go to those meetings on a quarterly basis with Ms. Cregan, or when she was here. It's really reviewing the annual budget between the Lake Tahoe Community College and the city. Those are the entities that make up the Community Playfield Consortium. we talk about the improvements that are needed to the play fields. There's a sinking fund that's set up to help pay for the soccer field turf when it's needed to be replaced. Pretty straightforward quarterly meeting.
Shouldn't could the city manager just be the rep to that? And
I don't know what the statute or rules and requirements are on that. Do either the city attorney?
I don't have
It
that.
does say council appointee on this list that we have here,
so he
so I
could be
think
the
that
appointee.
means that by agreement, it's a council.
Sounds like he's already doing it.
So if we appoint the city manager, unless there's a member of the council. Okay, perfect. So I make sure that we're on track here, Ms. Stroud. We can appoint since he already attends, we could appoint the city manager to be the.
I'm not sure. I was assuming council appointee meant you appoint one of yourselves,
An
but
appoint
I
one
guess
of
we
us.
need to look at the agreement to see what it says.
What we can do is, if it's council's pleasure to have me do that, I have no problem. I already go. And we'll look at the JPA documents. If there's a problem with that, we'll come back to you guys and have you make a decision.
Because there's no meeting scheduled.
No.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you could make the appointment contingent on it being allowed under the agreement, and if it's not, we can bring it back in January.
Okay, perfect. Then there is thank you.
And it's just the college and the city?
Correct.
For ball fields.
It used to include LTUSD as well.
That's what that was why I was asking that. Is it not included? Because the
They stepped down.
LTUSD has a ton of ball fields.
Yeah, this was set up
Most of
when the play fields were being built at the community college.
This is simply the Measure S ball fields, the ball fields, the two at the college that were paid for through Measure S from 2002. And it included the money for the ice arena and bike trails. And we were originally supposed to get 4 ball fields, and we have 2.
Well, I'm down with if we can appoint the city manager and
Okay.
have us not do that. That would be
Okay.
great.
Okay, moving on to the Lake Tahoe or South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority. Currently, we have 1 seat with an alternate, and it was Ms. Cregan and Mr. Bass as the alternate. Is there anyone interested in that?
I would be interested.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Roberts, anyone else? Okay, perfect. And Mr. Bass, are you interested in staying on as alternate?
I can do
Okay, so we have for the solid waste JPA, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Bass. Okay. Next page, Tahoe Prosperity Center. I am currently the rep on that, but I'm willing to give that up.
Mayor, this is why this is one of the, God bless them, organizations, though, that we're not required under statute. If I want to go to the Tahoe Prosperity Center meeting, I assume I could attend. Don't want to have a quorum, but I could attend. Just as the Tahoe Chamber, I could attend. And or the South Tahoe Chamber, to that matter, I am a member, and I have attended when Mr. Wallace lets me attend. Do we have to have an appointment to those? Why can't we just attend? And if they have issues that they want to bring, let them bring it to us. Let us bring it to the full council to discuss. And that's just a question.
So I don't disagree. We do have a voting seat on the Prosperity Center, but maybe, Ms. Stroud, you could let us know whether we are required to do that?
If you don't appoint your council seat, then it would just be vacant, I'm assuming, under their bylaws, although I'm not that familiar with their bylaws. But, I think the point of having a council appointment is that person is representing the city council on that board. As opposed to somebody who's, if you're participating in your private capacity, you might just
Yeah,
be
but
speaking your own
aren't
mind.
they more a private organization that does its own advocacy for measures and issues in the basin for the interests of its clients? I'm not saying that's bad. Private sector is good. But if they have something they want us to do, would it not be to our advantage, all of our advantage, to have them come forward to us as a body and ask, just as a citizen might do? So it's not that I'm opposed. I'm just saying
I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying,
Yeah.
Mr. Jenkins. You're saying that they are a private, semi-private, quasi-governmental.
If I may, I mean, yeah, I mean, they're a nonprofit in
And
town,
they
and
are
there's many
economic
nonprofits in
development.
town, and if many nonprofits have a concern, they come to us. I think the voting seat on their board structure, I wasn't here when it was created, so I don't know all, but my assumption is that years ago when the city became a contributor to their organization, it essentially
We bought a
paid
seat.
for a voting seat. And other voting members on that probably did the same thing to contribute to this nonprofit to help them support the work that their mission is focused on. Now, I think the question I'm hearing is, does the council still want to have that voting seat? I don't know.
So having served on that board, I will tell you that all of the other jurisdictions around the lake are represented, not always by electeds. They do economic development for the entire Lake Tahoe Basin. But I also understand the point you're trying to make. And they do come to the council when they have something. I agree with their mission. I think that, well, having, a background in economic development, I believe in economic development. And if we don't have a seat, we would be the only jurisdiction that didn't have a seat on that board.
Madam Mayor, you make excellent points, and this is not to distract from them or the Tahoe Chamber, but we have a local chamber that I would like to see do economic development also that it's a reflection of specifically about our interests as a city. And the region has interests. Many times we converge on what our interests are. Sometimes we don't. And I could think back on a couple issues without bringing them up, but I can think back on where we had differences. I would like to see a strengthening of our existing organizations in town to do economic development, not against or anybody, but it's the council's choice. You can do as you wish. I don't want to have our members, though, feel co-opted to do something that may or may not be in our interest. And I think that's not that they would be intentional, not disparaging about anybody, but as I say, locals first. And local business first, locals first. And sometimes our interests coincide, sometimes they don't. And I don't want to I want to support those organizations locally that that can do things that support us first. That's
yes.
it.
And no. I just want to, Mr. Bass and I have had this conversation many, many times. But I think that what is most important to remember in all of these outside seats is that we don't represent them. We represent the city council, which represents the community. And so that is really important to me. And we don't just represent our own interests, we represent what the council has put out as our position on things when they come up at those outside boards. I think that is a very important distinction, that we don't represent those outside boards. We represent the city council and the citizens of South Lake Tahoe. And if we look at every single board that we sit on in that way, I think it clears up a lot of the things that you're concerned about. I know that when I go to those boards, I think about what the five of us would do as a majority.
Yeah, and I guess this is tangentially. There are regional boards that are. Let me use this analogy. I don't. That are advocating that we have a lot of affordable housing. Yet their own jurisdictions where they are around the basin are not doing their part. They're not doing their share. There's no advocacy at these counties that I mentioned earlier or in the region itself to put affordable housing in other parts of the region. And I don't see anyone advocating at the regional level that there should be this fair share. We in California, and I'm a Californian first, well, I'm a city person first, I guess, but we in California have to have RENA numbers. We have to say our fair share of the region. I have no clue what the region's share is, and whatever their share is, they're not doing it. So we need advocates who are going to be saying, you need to do your part too, not just us, not just our taxpayers, not just our businesses, to solve the problems that have been brought here by other people, to have more opportunities for affordable housing, but not just in South Lake Tahoe. That's my point.
So for now, I think until we get some more clarification on what the implications would be, I'll go ahead and keep the seat on Tahoe Prosperity Center, and then maybe we can revisit this conversation. It's not a huge, there's only 4
Mayor, if I
meetings a
may,
year.
a few years back, the council authorized a contract with Tahoe Prosperity Center. That contract's expired. I've been in communication with the director to let him know that I'm not renewing that at this time. I'm evaluating options. In all fairness to her, and she'll probably be blindsided by this comment, but the reality is, I haven't let her know, but I'm not planning to sign that contract until after our city council strategic planning retreat to see what priorities the city council wants to put in place. And that could be money that we want to put somewhere else. So we just need to take a walk and see approach with the Tahoe Prosperity Center would be my advice.
I'm 100% behind that. Let's reevaluate this at the strategic planning session.
Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. Okay, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, we, especially Mr. Bass, fought very, very hard to get this voting seat back. And Mr. Bass is currently the rep. I do know Mr. Roberts is interested in that as well.
I would be very interested if
yeah.
Mr. Bass wants to step down.
Interesting. This has been also in a lot of transition through the last 2 years, I would say, and we've done a lot of good work in the last, I would say, year, really. There's a lot of ongoing, so the same kind of thing with TRPA. I would be interested to continue working with Mr. Roberts to get him up to fully speed, and then, next year's kind of my most likely final year on the council, as well as LTVA and all those things. So for this next year, let's work together, come to the meetings. I get you all caught up on exactly kind of what's happening, and then look forward to you taking it over in the coming year.
We will reevaluate all of these in 2025, at the end of 2025. Okay, are you good with that, Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now these next items are non-voting seats, and so I'm just going to bring up the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce because I happen to be the president of that board. Mr. Roberts and myself are voting members. We are current seat holders on that. And so because this is a non-voting seat, if we were to appoint someone, it would be a quorum of the council, and it doesn't make sense. So I would like to put this one on hold for sure.
Well, I want to say, as a member of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce and a past board member, that I want to see the South Tahoe Chamber have the resources it needs to strengthen what it does to serve our community and to cooperate where it's fair to do so. But I want to see our chamber. I don't want to be on the board, but if I want to go to the meeting of which I'm a member, I want to be able to go. And I don't want somebody telling me I can't go, even though I'm a member. But of course, I have to remember there's a thing called the Brown Act. So I have to be careful who all goes. I guess it doesn't make a lot of
I will
sense.
just share with you that I'm planning on stepping down as the president, and so if there's ever a meeting,
I wasn't encouraging that.
No, I'm going to stay on the board, but I'm planning on stepping down as president, and hopefully somebody will come in and fill that position for me. But if there's ever a meeting that you would like to go to, I would be happy to stay home.
I could go in disguise, maybe.
So I support putting it off, right?
Okay.
Let's put it off and consider this at a later
Perfect,
time.
thank you. And yeah, for sure, at least the next year, because Mr. Roberts and I are both voting members on that board. Then we have the South Lake Tahoe Lodging Association. I am on that, but I believe Mr. Roberts is willing to take that seat.
Yeah, I will be vacating my restaurant's representation
Yes.
and taking over there.
Okay.
They are a great group of people. I just, for the first time in recent times, have met with them, and very, very interesting and very informative group of people.
Then we have the Tahoe Chamber of Commerce, which is now headed up by former council member Christy Cregan. It is also a non-voting member. I was the rep on that, yeah, I think that if anybody is interested, I think that all chambers are valid, not just our chamber. All chambers are valid, and we should work together to raise the tide of the community. So is anybody interested in that seat?
Honestly, I haven't thought about, I would take it if there's nobody else, just because I am a member of the business community. However, I don't need any more on my calendar. But
Mr. Jenkins or Mr. Roberts?
If you guys are interested,
Let me say first, I know Chris Proctor well, and of course, Ms. Cregan. I have a high regard, high respect. I have a high respect for people, one of whom staff people here, Steve Teixeira. I think they do a marvelous job. No, I don't want to be the rep, but I know they're doing things regionally that help us. And I think communication with them, I would like to be able to, not as a rep per se, but I'd like to, where I can go to meetings and participate in conversations that would be good for us and good for the region. But I would welcome others to have that assignment. I'm not looking for that.
Mr. Roberts, are you interested in South?
I kind of feel the same way you feel. I already got it pretty much on a plate, but yeah, I'll take that one on since I'm in the same area with most of my businesses and
Perfect.
Want to support them anyways.
Now we have the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. I know that Mr. Bass is the rep and Mr. Robbins is the alternate. I, again, have not been involved in that, so I am limited in my knowledge of that.
Yeah, I would say, it's actually been very informative. It is a non-voting position, but being on the TTD board and then attending the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, I have learned a lot just in the differences of how these two transportation agencies work, and it's helped me in a way bring things forward to TTD. So I would continue in that. Mr. Robbins, now that you're taking on the full term of TTD, it may make sense that you take this on full term as well, but I'm open to.
I'm happy to stay seconding it if you want to stay on there.
That's-
Because we're building the JPA
Yeah,
with the county.
that's right.
Not with the TTD.
Right.
That would-
I'm okay with that.
Consistency there might make sense.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to the last page, we have the city council subcommittees. So I'm just gonna throw out there that, except for the finance committee, because I think it's important for the council to be a part of that, I would like to scratch all the rest. We can, if an issue comes up with the public utility district or the school district or the college or even El Dorado County, we can come to council and quickly mobilize. But I think that, like, for instance, the housing subcommittee, it's been I think when we originally started it, it was because of SB 9. And so I know that a lot of these, I think we should just mobilize the council if we need any of these. So other than the finance subcommittee, I would like us to consider scratching all the rest.
When you say mobilize, you mean create an ad hoc committee?
Exactly, which is short-term to deal with the issue at the time.
The finance committee met once in the last year. How many of the other committees met in the last year? Charter City met 2 years ago, I remember that, but otherwise, I'm trying to think of.
The transit subcommittee is being taken over by the JPA. The capital improvement program, I think, was good when it was getting everything going, but you guys have gotten that work done. The mental health subcommittee, as much as I appreciated it at the time, we have stacks and we have no mandate for mental health. That is a county mandate. The Multicultural Alliance, they have a set meeting and committee, and I think any member of the council that would like to go to that can go to that. The housing subcommittee, I think we've met once in the last 2 years. The Charter City thing seems to be at least on the back burner, if at anything. The El Dorado County 2x2 hasn't met since COVID. I don't know when, I've been on the community college and I've never done that. Unified School District, if something comes up, we can deal with it.
Right.
Again, and then Public Utility District went to a 1x1 because of some issues and way that they were interpreting. And again, we can mobilize if we need to. So do we have the support to just scrap everything except for this Finance Committee?
I'm in full support.
I'm in full support with one. I just want to mention this. You know, this is what happens when you get new members on the council. But first, I am very proud of our finance staff and our finance operations city manager and our finance director, his staff. I do believe in all the cities I served that we did have updates by the finance committee. The finance committee, it's helpful. But rather than hold over, which I was going to ask you to do for those others, if you want to do it tonight, I can't jump up for joy, but I'd say that I do agree with you.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the Finance Committee actually did some honest-to-God work
Really
within the
good
last
work.
year. But I'm trying to think which other ones did, and if you haven't done anything in the last year, we should probably Marie Kondo the rest of them.
I am 100% okay with it.
None of these other
Obviously, I
committees are
suggested
sparking
it.
joy, so.
So,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
This is music to my ears.
Well, all these have just been sitting there.
Small city, and if we need to mobilize and have an ad hoc committee formed, and it's much more transparent for our city council to discuss issues as a membership of 5 than 2. So, thank you.
You're welcome. So, on the Finance Subcommittee, I have been on that for 6 years. Mr. Robbins has been on for 2. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, isn't it?
No, we actually, that was no, you're absolutely right. When Mr. Bass and I joined the council, it was the mayor and mayor pro tem, but they hadn't participated in a finance committee at all for many years. I agree, and that's why Mr. Bass and I were the finance subcommittee for the first couple of years, and then when Mr. Robbins came on, and so I'm willing to stay on. Mr. Robbins, are you as well?
We actually did things.
We really
so
accomplished something, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Okay, we're all done. So, based on that and the fact that we've already had public comment, I would entertain a motion. And first, I'm going to ask Ms. Blankenship or someone, did you guys get all of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, for the love of
Perfect.
God, tell me you got all of that. I swear to God, I don't want to do this again.
Yes, I got
so
them all, thank you.
Based on that, I would entertain a motion to accept all of the city council appointments to subcommittees and commissions and boards.
I move, all right, I move to accept that we make the appointments to city council, make the city council appointments to commissions and boards as discussed, and as I really hope the city clerk recorded.
Nice.
Okay, so we have a
I'll
motion.
second it.
Okay.
Mr. Jenkins.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins is the second. Please vote.
Oh.
Good job.
Wait a minute, whoa.
That was a lot.
It's telling me to update.
Hold on.
My wife tells me that all the time, but, oh, here we go. Thank you.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, good job, guys. Okay, moving on to item number 18, update to city council protocols. I believe
Yeah,
that's you.
that's me. Yes, so annually or sometimes more than once, we bring back the city council protocols for updates. We always update it to reflect the current city council calendar. This is for 2025. We're also bringing forward an item which was discussed with Mayor Bass at the time and City Manager Joe Irvin to create a Key to the City program that the mayor would administer or their designee to deliver a key to the city. And this is what it looks like.
Beautiful.
And then the mayor would report back at the next city council meeting who a key was given to. That could also be done in a city council meeting. It could be done outside under the mayor's discretion. We are also proposing changing the length of time for public comments on consent items that were not pulled to 3 minutes total, not 3 minutes per each item on the consent calendar. So just like today, Councilmember Jenkins pulled 2 items that was able to have additional public comment on those items because there was additional discussion and question. But for non-contentious, non-pulled items, it would just be 3 minutes for the whole consent agenda. And then we are adding a section to reference the Levine Act regarding recusals and reporting of certain political contributions by city council. So the city attorney can help me if I start going wrong. But the Levine Act was a political reform act, and it now, certain portions now apply to city council members to report out political contributions exceeding $250 from the party or a participant to certain agenda items, including licensing, permits, entitlements, franchises, or certain types of contracts. And this covers officials such as city council members and are prohibited from accepting, soliciting, or directing a political contribution exceeding $250 from a party or participant on an agenda item for 12 months. So I know that we did have a discussion, the city attorney and I, with the 2 incoming council members who did have contributions to their campaigns. So that's just something that we will have to look at on a case-by-case basis as things come forward to city council. If there's any recusals, they'll just recuse themselves based on a political contribution, at least for the next 12 months. Is that right?
Blankenship, that was just right.
Okay.
I did just want to clarify that the reason this is coming up now is because the changes came into effect for contributions after January 1st, 2023. So this is the first election cycle for a council where it applies. And also, as of January 1st, 2025, the contribution limit is increased to $500. So that will make things a little bit easier for us.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Blankenship?
That was it. Those were the key things.
Okay, council, do you have any questions for Ms. Blankenship or Ms. Stroud?
I'll get better as time goes on. I'll probably have less questions. But I want to commend, first of all, the city attorney and city clerk for their briefing on some of these matters. I do support the key to the city. I think it's a great idea. I do support understand I don't understand completely probably the Levine Act, but I think it's important that we all understand the Levine Act and how it limits influence from contributions made. I do not support limiting the public on a consent calendar to 3 minutes for the entire calendar. We are here, my editorial is, we are here to serve the public. The public has a right to address any matter that's on the city council agenda, and they should have the time to do it, whether we like it, whether I like it, don't like it, I agree or disagree. And I think I don't want to restrain public comment at a city council meeting. And so I support those I mentioned, but I don't support limiting the public's comment on consent calendar items.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
These are just questions, not discussions yet.
Yes, just
so,
questions.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, then we'll move on to public comment. Is there any members of the public? Mr. Mosier. Honestly, no.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First, start out with the key to the city, and this came up a few years ago, very briefly, and I opposed it then. I kind of may oppose it now for the same reason. There's a lot of people. I mean, you could give out hundreds of them probably, but the main reason I'm opposed to it is because I knew it was brought up because they wanted to give me the key, and then we're going to have a hotshot detective follow me and see when I went to Costco and then change the lock. So that's one reason I'm opposed to it. As for the...
That's why we did it. I'm joking.
So also with the 3 minutes there on the consent agenda, you have the seat up there and the box to stand on and can talk on forever and ever and ever if you choose. And, items, there, over the years, there's been a number of items, and other people have complained about it also, that really didn't think they deserved to be on the consent agenda, and PSAs and such. So, I think 3 minutes is even kind of short sometimes when you're talking about something that's hundreds of thousands or $1 million contracts or something. So, yeah, very, very strongly, and I kind of understand Ms. Cregan's reason and reason for doing this, and goodbye, Christy, thank you. Also, other cities where it says other cities that have this, 22 of 31, or that have it. Well, other cities also have newspapers, and they have TV stations that do reporting and do investigative reporting. And there's virtually zero investigative reporting here. Mountain News calls itself the Mountain News. Unless you live in a tube tent on top of Mount Talac, you don't get your news from the Mountain News. Let's get real. I've challenged that over the years, and Taylor didn't like me calling them an advertising circular. And just went through a episode with Tahoe Tribune, not even reporting the $4.5 million settlement, for the Jackson family and stuff. Said, oh, we missed it. I finally got after a third request, got a response back. Important issues to the city and things, and there's, like I said, almost zero investigative reporting. So, with that in mind, this is the one forum where people can discuss, can bring, ask for facts or ascertain facts, and 3 minutes for the whole calendar, consent calendar is absurd, really. Because there's sometimes 2 or 3 somebody or myself may want to poll. And so a minute, you really can't do that. So it's not a presidential debate. You have to, put in a complete defense stand in 30 seconds. So, I would, very strongly against that and very strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Mr. Loberg?
Yes, just briefly, I too am opposed to limiting it to 3 minutes in toto. But if you must limit it to that, allow the public to pull items from the consent agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make comment? Mr. Gregorich?
Good evening, David Gregorich, South Lake Tahoe. I am going to speak also on the 3 minutes on the consent agenda. The theory of the consent agenda, it saves time. You've bundled routine, non-controversial items that have virtually universal support. If you've got people wanting to make comments, maybe it's not truly a consent item agenda item. So that doesn't make sense. I've been a regular attendee to the meetings for the past 6 years. Occasionally it happens. 3 minutes here or there is a small price to pay to kind of guarantee you're getting public input and comment. So I wouldn't support that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorich. Is there anyone else in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 18. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Is there any discussion on this? Oh, I was stuck on the wrong thing. Please, go.
I think David had your name in first, or was that a glitch?
Oh, no, I think
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
Oh, we're
so
on the
my,
wrong item, that's why.
The concern here, I think the problem that this is actually trying to solve is that a number of other cities have actually gotten punked or pranked, however you want it. A consent agenda regularly has maybe 15 items on it. That's completely normal for a consent agenda. What you can get is you can get 4 people speaking on each consent item for 3 minutes each, times 15 items times 4 people is 3 hours. And you can get 4 people together to basically blockade a meeting, and that's happened in other jurisdictions. We've seen the more funny versions of this where like they come up and are hilarious. We haven't been fortunate enough to get those guys yet, but like this is a thing, this is a tactic that has happened, and I think that's the motivation behind having some kind of total time limit for the consent agenda. Is otherwise it would allow a very small number of people to, if they so choose, to sort of really filibuster a meeting in a way that we wouldn't have a means to control. And I think it's very rare that I've seen, I think I've seen in my entire time, only once or twice have I seen people speak on more than one consent item at a time. So the idea that this is like a real constraint on public speech is not reflected in the record of what people have come up and spoken about. That being said, look, for the handful of legitimate cases where people want to speak on 2 consent items or even 3 consent items for a bit longer or for a more full time, I'm happy to make that total allocated limit to say that you get so many minutes per item up to a maximum of 6 minutes or something like that. And say you get 3 minutes per item up to a total amount that is a reasonable amount, just to prevent what has actually happened in other cities and other communities where you get people coming in and just like wrecking things as an activity.
I will add, as part of our city council protocols for regular agenda items, if a speaker knows that they are going to go over 3 minutes, they're welcome to submit 50 pages worth of public comment on any agenda item people do.
Oh, and they do. All right.
Yeah,
But
so just to throw that out there,
Yeah.
that we have many different ways for people to provide public comment. Of course, city council can do what they want, but I just wanted to let you know that if somebody knows that they want to speak on all 15 items, they can write us a letter and then speak for the 3 minutes and submit a letter.
If I may, Mayor, I think also to follow up on Councilmember Robbins' comments, I guess if there were people concerned about an item, a council member could pull the item, and then it would open up the door for a group of people. I know in Walnut Creek, they got punked on some real tough issues. I'm very familiar with that situation, where people would call in and use terrible language to affront certain religions, and it was disgusting. So I think I like Councilmember Robbins' suggestion that maybe there be a larger maximum as a compromise. That would.
Yeah, specifically, my suggestion would be 3 minutes per topic, up to say 6 minutes in total. And I think that's I think that's a completely reasonable compromise. Where if you have 2 items on the consent agenda that you're passionate about, or even 3 items that you're passionate about, you can split your time amongst those, but it prevents a small handful of people from like running through the total consent agenda. 4 people could filibuster for 3 hours otherwise, and I think that's an operational concern that other jurisdictions have had, and it's just worth closing before we have a meeting punked. And we have had the people call in with the anti-Semitic diatribe. So this is not the people that are doing this to city have come through here. So this is not a complete hypothetical. We've seen some of this already. So.
Well, I think that's a good compromise. Mr. Roberts, Mr. Bass, do you have anything?
I would agree with that being a good compromise and a way to kind of, meet halfway.
Okay. Yeah, I also don't want to limit any public, and I had actually, it's, 3 minutes plus any length written comments, because and I speak for myself, but I know my fellow council members, we are really good at reading what's sent to us. We don't always respond. We try to, but we don't always respond, but I can tell you, we always read it. And so when we come into a meeting, we have those things in the back of our head. But I like your compromise, Mr. Robbins, and so I would accept a.
3 minutes per. So
would you like to make a motion, Mr. Robbins?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, stick with me for one moment.
Ms. Blankenship, would you please move to? Is it stuck? because we're on the wrong thing, and so it's still on item number 17. No, that's okay. I just want to see what the suggested motion is. Thank you.
It's past my bedtime.
No, thank you.
Mine too.
All right, I'm going to try and assemble this motion on the fly, so bear with me.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
I move to pass a motion approving amendments to City Council protocols to 1, update the regular meeting calendar, 2, add the Key to the City program, 3, clarify that public comments on the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes total per item and 6 minutes total per speaker. 4, adding requirements for recusals and reporting of certain political contributions as required by recent amendments to the Levine Act. Is that adequately well-formed? Thank you.
Yeah, very good. I'll second. And then the only thing
And
comment-wise,
it's
I
clear
just.
to staff what the
We
meaning
can more
is.
talk about this offline, but for me, bringing the Key to the City program was something, as I was mayor, that I really wanted to do. And so I had a few people that of course, I would pass through you before I would do it, but if it would be okay for me to issue those. just 'cause
I am
brought that.
100% okay with
Great.
that, and I am thrilled with the Key to the City. I think it's, if only for the reason that Mr. Mosier talked about.
I really think the key
I'm
to-
going to be watching you when you go to Costco.
The thing is, I think the Key to the City program, this Key to the City should open something, like a locker
It
at the
opens our
gondola,
hearts,
or like a
Scott.
beach chair at one of the beaches, at Reagan Beach. You get your own special beach chair and a
Okay.
locker there. It should open something.
Okay, everybody can vote.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, we are on to item number 19. So I would just like to point out that we have 3 items left on our agenda, and we have 1 hour and 5 minutes, we have 35 minutes left and in our allotted meeting time. So please come forward. Quick.
If I may,
Yes.
Mayor, really quick before Ms. Greenlaw gives her presentation, with the last 3 items, if we get in a time crunch, number 20 could easily go to another meeting.
Actually, we have a deadline for that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, thank you. That is a deadline. Never mind.
Okay, just making that case so that we can hurry up. Otherwise, we have to vote on staying long.
Can't we just, if there's no objections to anybody, can't we just vote on both of them if there's no objections to them? Like, as though they're consent, do we have to?
We do need to take public comment.
We have to-
Yeah, well, no, I mean, of course, we take public comment.
And also.
Of course, Ms. Greenlaw, I mean, I
We
would
have the
to.
ability to go past 10.
We
The
just have to
protocols
vote.
were changed, I think, earlier
By
this
a
year.
majority.
To just vote by a majority to go
Okay.
past 10.
I just wanted to point it out so that we can be more concise.
Thank you.
All right.
And she looked this way.
No, I didn't.
All
Thank
right.
you, Ms. Greenlaw.
Good evening. I'm Brianna Greenlaw, an associate civil engineer with the city. The item I'm bringing before you tonight is largely consists of the construction contract for Phase 2 of the Tahoe Valley Stormwater and Greenbelt Improvement Project. Many years of planning, designing, and securing funding have enabled the final phase of this project to be at the construction stage, which is really exciting. Before jumping into the specifics, I will provide a little background on the overall project. As identified in the Tahoe Valley Area Plan, this project provides vital community and environmental improvements. Throughout the planning process, public feedback developed the project to include important community features such as improved connectivity for bicyclists and pedestrians, including boardwalk structures over flooded portions of the existing trails in this area, public gathering spaces, and park amenities. In addition, the project provides area stormwater treatment, expanded stream environment zones, stormwater infrastructure to reduce flooding impacts, natural treatments, permeable pavers, and source control to reduce sediment and nutrients that are carried in stormwater runoff. Due to the diversity of the project and funding source limitations, the overall project was split into 2 phases. Phase 1, which has been under construction, includes stormwater and water quality improvements. These are in the Bonanza neighborhood as well as in the James Eloise area between Tahoe Keys Boulevard and 3rd Street. This will be complete early next summer. And Phase 2, which if the construction contract is awarded, will begin early May of this coming season. This phase includes those community elements I mentioned, as well as the stormwater and water quality improvements, and it's primarily in the Greenbelt area located behind the crossings. Public Works advertised the Phase 2 project on October 1st with notice to bidders advertised in the Tahoe Daily Tribune on October 4th and 11th. On November 18th, sealed bids were received from Herbach General Engineering and FW Carson Company. The bid packages were reviewed, bid tabulation and analysis completed by staff, and Herbach General Engineering was deemed the lowest responsive bidder. Several ad bid alternates were included in the bid to allow the city more flexibility in awarding the contract. The available budget allows for the award of the base bid plus 3 of the 5 bid alternates. Funding sources for the Phase 2 of the project include several grants, such as the State Water Resources Control Board Prop 1 grant, CTC, Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, a Lahontan Supplemental Environmental Project, as well as TRPA mitigation funds, general funds, and a proposed transfer of $90,000 from the Drainage Pipe Replacement Project to fund one of the ad bid alternates. The Director of Public Works and City Council received comments from the Foundation for Fair Contracting, the FFC, on November 19th, containing a bid advisory on Herbach General Engineering. This is not considered a bid protest because the entity is not a prospective bidder, but comments were reviewed by staff before recommending award to Herbach General Engineering. I will quickly outline the comments and staff's responses for you. In the first comment received, the FFC specified that a large bid variance between bidders commonly indicates a failure to bid in accordance with the bid documents and/or account for prevailing wage. City staff compared Herbach's bid to the other bid received as well as to the engineer's estimate provided by the city's design consultant. Herbach's bid prices were close to the engineer's estimate and did not have large variances between items that would provide reason to believe unnecessary change orders would occur or prevailing wages were not accounted for. Another comment the FFC had was that Herbach had not made a good faith effort to participate in local workforce development. Staff reviewed both bidders' local workforce hiring worksheets and good faith efforts included in their bid packages and determined both were adequate. Herbach provided documents that indicated they could meet the 15% local hire requirement, while the other bidder indicated they would have 0% of the workforce as local hires or subcontractors. The final comment received was related to Herbach exhibiting non-compliance with prevailing wage payments and laws. Herbach General Engineering is the contractor currently under contract with the city for the Tahoe Valley Phase 1 project. During this Phase 1 project, Will Dan, the city's labor compliance consultant, has noted Herbach to be in compliance with all prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements. So in summary, after review of the bid packages for responsiveness and after having direct recent experience with Herbach General Engineering, staff is confident in recommending award for this Phase 2 construction contract, regardless of the bid advisory received. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greenlaw. Okay, Ms.
Thank you for a fine report. Thanks to the Public Works Department for in general, the job they do every day. Do we have the money, once it's built, to maintain it? Is there money set aside for whatever improvements we make? Maybe I should be looking over Mr. Irvin. Do we have money to maintain whatever we build?
In our CIP budgeting, we do account for maintenance. That is something that's currently handled under our streets division, as well as we have a stormwater program management account that can help to hire contractors to do maintenance. These projects are designed in a way to allow for the sediment to be captured in areas where it's easiest for removal. All of the sediment cans and the source control helps to allow our streets staff to use Vector trucks and keep the maintenance costs as low as possible.
It's good to see also, if I may, Mayor, that we local contractors, that we're the successful bidder. I think that's good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other council questions for Ms. Greenlaw?
Yeah, just a brief one. Page 4, paragraph 2, under action 1, drainage pipe replacement account has been previously allocated funds for several sources, including $250,000 from the general fund in '22, 200,000 from each cannabis revenue fund and measure as sales tax in '23. So 250 plus 200 plus 200 is 650. It says the total available funding currently in the account is 648,352. Could you identify where did the $1,648 go?
I got that one.
Okay.
So
For the record?
yeah,
Thank you.
the reallocation of a portion of the drainage pipe replacement is in a fund that has other projects in it, and so it was a previous project expense, not a fund expense for this project.
So the account had more
Correct.
previously, is what you're saying?
I can expand on that.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
That's a project has been developed as a CIP project. It's called the drainage pipe replacement. It allows the city to be able to replace pipes throughout the city. So it could be in any various areas. The reason it's being used on this project for that, out of that specific account, is for a pipe replacement for an existing pipe that is failing adjacent to the project. And it makes sense for the contractor to be able to.
And the cost of that replacement was $1,648?
No, I'm just explaining why that money, a transfer is being used in this project. That project is larger, and there have been several other projects, state line pipe replacement, Tahoe Keys pipe replacement, various other city storm drain replacements that have come out of that account.
And also try to explain, this is an ongoing project, so drainage pipe replacement project has been in works since 2015 approximately, and has been getting the funding since that time, including some grants funding. So there are constantly projects and funds are being expended out of that project. Whatever accumulates and whatever is not spent is what the budget available. And at the present time, $648,000 is available in total accumulated from prior years.
I did read the staff email on this earlier, that came earlier today, or yesterday, I've lost track, whatever, recently. So there's the upshot that the amount in the account now being 648, being nearly 650 is incidental to the fact that the previously allocated funding adds up to 650. So it's not that added up to 650 and then 1648 went out to something else. It's just that money has been coming in and out of the account, and it is a coincidence that the amount currently in the account is almost equal to the amount allocated for the funding, the amount that has been moved into the funding for this project.
That sounds correct.
Yeah.
That is correct, yes. It's
Okie dokie. That's
Do it all the time. That sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's funny, because if that number said $1 gazillion or whatever, I wouldn't have even thought of it, so. Okay, so it's not that money has only ever been there for this project.
No.
It's just money's been coming and going in that continuously.
Drainage
Okay.
pipes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Good
Any other
question.
questions for Ms. Greenlaw? Thank you very much. We'll go, thank you. We'll go to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Thank you. It seems pretty ridiculous to have drainage projects along a green belt. I live between Truck Creek and Truckee River, and there's no drainage along there on either side. And it seems ridiculous that they're putting drainage along a green belt before you put drainage that's going to go into the rivers and streams. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this item in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for public comments. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Greenlaw, would you mind coming back to the podium and talking about the drainage in that area and why it's important in that neighborhood?
In the Greenbelt, yes. So we have to comply with the Tahoe TMDL, the total maximum daily load. There are requirements for the fine sediment particles that we need to ensure we're reducing to help the lake's clarity. So there are various thresholds that we need to meet by certain years. This is a vital project because this watershed is a direct connection to the lake with a commercial core and residential neighborhoods. And so enabling the green belt to have infiltration opportunities, source control, sediment capture, not only helps the flooding impacts in these neighborhoods and areas, but it also helps get us to meet that requirement that we need to for our pollutant load reduction.
Mayor, in other words, we want to keep the polluted water out of the lake, and we want to keep the polluted water out of the tributaries that are going into the lake. And that's the reason, as I understand what you said, is why we're doing it, and we have some requirements to do that. But the gentleman raises some serious issues that we have in other parts of the city that I hope that we can find ways to address those sooner than later.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Greenlaw, very much. Mr. Najad, did you have something to add to that? No. Okay, perfect. Okay. Did we not go to Zoom? Yeah, we did. It's late. Don't mess with me. Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further, Mr. Robbins.
I'll just make a motion.
Oh, please.
Unless
No, please.
I move to pass a resolution authorizing and directing the Director of Finance to, one, transfer $90,000 from the drainage pipe replacement project to the Tahoe Valley Stormwater and Greenbelt Improvement Project. Two, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute amendment number 10 to the professional services agreement with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. for $7,500. And three, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute a construction contract with Herback General Engineering for Tahoe Valley Stormwater and Greenbelt Improvement Project Phase 2 for $6,754,601.95 for a 10% contingency of $675,460.20.
Yes.
As if we can estimate to that level of precision.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to give great credit to the councils of the past as well for putting local money into that project. It's been a big project, taken a lot of years to get to this point. We should celebrate the success of that motion you just approved. And I want to commend Ms. Greenlaw, our newest associate engineer, for her leadership, and she's just a great new addition to our team. So thank you for your work, Brianna.
I'm a little partial to Ms. Greenlaw. But I was working on this project in 2010 on the Planning Commission, so this is amazing.
So, you know, I was still working here in 2010.
Yeah. So, okay.
Still curious why we have seven-figure bids that are estimated down to the penny. Well, we not round to the nearest dollar.
Okay, moving on to item number 20, change of excess workers' compensation insurance coverage from local agency workers' compensation excess, and this is Ms. Panado.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to discuss changing the city's excess workers' compensation insurance coverage from the local agency workers' compensation excess joint powers authority, hereinafter referred to as LOCS, to California Intergovernmental Risk Authority, hereinafter referred to as CIRA. So for a little bit of background, the city has been self-insured for workers' compensation since March 1993 and has also been with LOCS since 1993 as well. We are currently self-insured for up to $500,000 for each claim, and after that, the city's excess reserve insurance carrier pays any amounts that go above that. For the 2025-26 program year, LOCS is projecting a minimum 4% increase for all members, and the city's 24-25 premium was just under $244,000. Due to LOCS's rising costs, the city sought a quote for a premium for joining CIRA's workers' compensation program, and the city is currently with CIRA for liability and property insurance programs, so this would streamline things. So city staff worked with CIRA to prepare an analysis of possible cost savings comparing switching from LOCS to CIRA while maintaining a 500K SIR, and also evaluated if there would be any cost benefit to lowering the city's SIR from 500K to 350K based on our loss history. So this table shows that the total amount spent under LOCS, or what we would have spent at a $350,000 SIR on workers' compensation claims before hitting our SIR each fiscal year, SIR self-insured retention, for the past 3 years. Then combining the claims cost with the city's self-insured retention with premium each year, the total cost of risk is calculated, which is the total amount the workers' compensation program costs the city each year. A couple notes on this table. So the fiscal years are by the city's fiscal year. So it runs October 1 to September 30th. So for example, for fiscal year 2021, that would be October 22, that would be October 1, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. All of the total costs incurred for each claim are included in the year the injury occurred, even if additional costs are incurred in a future year. So this is why fiscal year 24 costs appear so low compared to fiscal year 22. Not only were there several major claims resulting in lost wages being paid and medical care costs, but workers' compensation is considered a long-tail line of insurance with losses developing and accruing upward of 30 years. For this reason, it takes many years before the ultimate cost of claims in a fiscal year is known. So the analysis and table show that if the city moves from locks to Sierra and maintains a $500,000 SIR, the city will save an average of about $60,000 per year on workers' compensation program costs. It also shows there is no cost benefit to lowering the SIR to $350K. And each year, the city budgets for its workers' compensation in an account. We budget for indemnity and medical care costs. Olga estimates about how much it is going to cost, and this year it was funded at just under $2 million. And then separately, the city's insurance premium is budgeted in a separate account from that, and this year it's been budgeted at $275,000. That would be the premium we pay for the 25-26 program year, since the insurance, our insurance programs run a little bit different of a fiscal year. And then there's also about $5 to $6 million in reserves that we have as well. This amount is set by an actuary that reviews our losses and determines what that reserve fund needs to be funded at a 75% confidence level. So this action would not have any impact on employees and would allow Sierra to offer the city more assistance with developing and improving its citywide safety program and strategies to further lower workers' compensation program costs. They're much more hands-on than locks and regularly make site visits to the city with recommendations. And the expected annual savings is $60,000 a year. So the city's recommendation is to pass a motion authorizing withdrawal from locks and enrollment in Sierra for excess workers' compensation coverage, contingent upon Sierra Board of Directors approval. They will be voting on it this Thursday. It already went to their underwriting committee, and they will be recommending that the board approves it. And that's everything. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Panado. Is there any council member that has questions?
Question.
Please.
This is very important. I know you know, and thank you for a fine report. Do we, in your opinion, do we have a strong safety program, an accident prevention program for our employees, in your opinion?
Currently, I would say no. We did not have a risk manager since 2010 until I came here in June of 2021. I'm working on rebuilding the program. I've restarted our safety committee, but there are definitely still items that need to be addressed to improve the safety program. And
Have we ever had Cal OSHA come in and do a safety inspection of our facilities? No. Some cities do that, some of which I'm familiar. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I read through the email that you sent out ahead of time regarding comparison of city of SLT to other similar communities. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly, because reading through it, the upshot appears to be that the city of South Lake Tahoe is 50% higher than the mean for workers' compensations claims compared to similar cities. We have a 1.5x mod. Mm-hmm. And is that generally a correct understanding of what you were writing?
What do you mean, correct understanding of what I was running?
That based on data analyzed, the city's X mod is currently relatively high at 1.504. This means our actual losses are 1.5x more than the expected losses of other government organizations with police and fire. So we're paying out 50% more in workers' compensation claims than other similar cities on average.
Yes, currently. That is what the experience modification factor says, and that was in response to the question that you raised at our November closed session.
So I think I think this is something that should be addressed. I actually think the right place for this to be addressed would probably be in the strategic plan meeting under one of the delivering government effectively, et cetera, because money spent on workers' compensation is money lost to delivering services, not to mention, actual injuries to the people who are working here.
I think this is a really
So-
good conversation. Can we put it in our discussion, Mr. Robbins?
Yes,
Do you
well, I
mind?
wanted to make sure I was,
Oh,
the
perfect.
reason I was asking is I wanted to make sure I
Yes.
was reading it and understanding the meaning of what you, of the response to the question, which was
just
well
to
detailed.
Clarify that, that's not related to this item. That was in response to a question asked in closed session on a different issue. But,
Yeah,
so not everybody has that because not all these council members were
Fair enough.
in that closed session.
So when we come back to discussion, I just want to touch on that, and then honestly, I want to punt it to I think the right time, but I do want to
great
touch on this when it comes back to discussion. So I just want to make sure I was reading it right.
Yes, that is correct. Ideally, your experience modification factor is under 1.
Or at least
we are
around
not-
1, yeah.
Yes, 1 is average.
Right. What is is there any data available on the, what's the 1 sigma for that distribution of XMOD scores? Just out of curiosity, if you know that
Like the
offhand?
standard deviation?
Yeah, correct.
I do not know it. I know that looking at other members within the SEER pool that also have fire and police, most of them had experience modification factors at about 1.3, 1.2, 1.4. So
So the 1.5 is legitimately steep, then?
it is
Yeah.
steep. I mean, there are other organizations in the pool, like fire districts, that they're part of a fire pool, but within the district, these organizations, there's ones with like experience modification factors of 8. So, yeah.
Okay.
So we're not that bad.
We're not, okay, that's a disconcerting.
But that's not us.
But that's, yeah, that's a problem those other councils should be going
Yeah.
whoa over, so, all right, fair enough, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roberts, you had some questions?
Yeah, it may coincide with the questions that Mr. Robbins and
Could you-
Mr. Jenkins.
Oh, there you go.
Mr. Jenkins brought up. So how much does the not having the OSHA review and compliance, how much that, and not having a risk management team in place and how much does that affect the overall compensation package and the payouts that we're seeing? Is there any way to review that, or maybe it's something we should discuss, that maybe that's something we should?
Really quick to clarify, Mr. Roberts, we didn't have one for a certain number of years, but Ms. Panato is heading that up now and has been since 2021. So we do have a risk program now. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that. Thank you.
I did,
Okay, I'm
well,
sorry.
I understood, but I understood it was under
Okay.
development.
Yes. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, so could you repeat the question, how it's affected the compensation packages?
Is it affecting the compensation rate that we're being quoted for CIRA? And also, has it affected any of the payouts?
Yeah, so for the workers' compensation rate for Sierra, we are attaching directly to their excess insurance, so the experience modification factor does not play as large of a part into the premium that they've quoted for us for this upcoming program year, which was around $175,000. And could you repeat the second part of your question, please?
Did it affect any of the amounts in some of the payouts, since we're at, what did you say was 1.5 or something like that, over other communities?
I think that one of the reasons our experience modification factor is so much higher is because the cost of healthcare here in South Lake Tahoe is so much higher. We really only have one provider that we can send people to, Barton, and none of them are very experienced in workers' comp claims, so a lot of times it ends up being the employee driving the claim rather than the doctor, which can cause increased costs. They're more closely managed now, though. And then when claims come to an end, they're typically given a permanent disability rating, and this is calculated by a formula that the state sets, and then that, based on the percentage of permanent disability that they have, they put this into a formula to determine the dollar amount that this equates to, and then that becomes their permanent disability payout. We are trying to compromise and settle most claims by compromise and release, which means that we're also buying out their future medical care, which tends to show a cost savings as well, because we're buying out the future medical care for today's cost rather than the future cost.
Just add a little clarification too, because I know Ms. Pinato probably doesn't want to toot her own horn, but she's been here for about 3.5 years, and I think we are seeing a lot of improvements. And maybe she hasn't been here quite long enough as a risk manager to fully see all that, but I think over the years we will see less claims and less expensive claims in workers' compensation.
Yes.
The safer we are, the safer we can be, the better it is for our employees, the better it is for our costs. And so that's
We
your
appreciate you. Is there any other questions for Ms. Pinato? Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to make comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
I will open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 20. No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion authorizing withdrawal from local agency workers' compensation, excess and enrollment in California Intergovernmental Risk Authority for excess workers' compensation coverage contingent upon Sierra Board of Directors approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about,
Oh, yes, Mr. Robbins, I'm so sorry. Yes, I think that's super important. So let's have that discussion.
just briefly, because I think the right place to bring this back would be at the strategic plan because we have a high-performing government services, which should probably include less workplace injuries. If we're that high outside the mean, it would probably be worth the city internally trying to figure out how to reduce workers' compensations, not just to save money on claims, which will save money and allow us to provide more services, but, fewer actual injuries to our workforce would be beneficial. I'm not clear what the right ways to do that are, but I think that should be, I want to capture that to bring it, so that when we bring it back at the strategic plan retreat, that we discuss what would it entail to improve our XMOD score or to otherwise reduce workplace injuries and workplace injury payment as a consequence of those injuries going forward. Because the digging into the data, I think, was worth a little detour there to ask how we actually stack up to other municipalities to learn that we're a bit of an outlier. So I just wanted to have staff capture that so that when we come back for the strategic plan, we could put that on the to-do list.
Thank you for bringing that up, and I am in support of that.
And so with that, would it be best to withdraw the motion or go ahead and pass this and still be able to bring that back?
Pass this and then we'll.
bring it back.
This is just staff direction.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, so let's vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I thought that was a perfect timing for that. We are 5 minutes to 10. Our stop time without a majority vote is at 10 p.m. Do we want to finish the rest of the agenda?
So close. Yes.
Let's-
I'd vote
yes.
Yes. We're so almost done.
Perfect. Okay, do we need to make a motion or is just consensus okay?
It should be by motion.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I move to proceed past 10 p.m.
Okay?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't on the agenda.
Motion
so
to not adjourn. No, it says I move to not adjourn.
So that was Mr. Robbins and Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
There.
Perfect. Okay, we'll move on to item number 21, agreement with Workbench for pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans. Ms. Lomelli, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, staff. Jessica Wackenhut Lomelli, Housing Manager for the city. Today I'll be asking for approval of the professional services agreement with Workbench to develop pre-approved accessory dwelling unit or ADU plans. Permit-ready ADU plans can provide pre-approved, code-compliant ADU construction plans that can be obtained online and would not have to go through the plan check process, reducing timeframes and fees. The point of this effort is to reduce barriers for homeowners to develop ADUs. Providing pre-approved plans can provide support to homeowners. However, it does not include individual site analysis or additional verifications that may be required under TRPA regulations. Staff released a request for proposals on June 14th, 2024, and received 4 proposals. 4 city staff reviewed the proposals, and it was determined that Workbench would be the best firm to assist the city to develop pre-approved ADU plans. The tasks included in the scope of work include the following: 1, project management; 2, analysis of city developable lots; 3, final drawing set for pre-approved ADUs; 4, a list of modular products that can be used in South Lake Tahoe; and 5, community engagement and planning commission. Today, staff is recommending that City Council pass a motion authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Workbench in an amount not to exceed $125,000 for the development of pre-approved ADU plans. I think we still maybe have Libby Barnes with Workbench online, but if not, I'll try to address the questions as best as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Lamelli. Council, is there any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Not questions for him, but.
Yeah, I've had an interest in SB 9 for several years, except, and you've done a fine job trying to make it easier. What I don't know, and what apparently, arguably we don't know, the state doesn't know, is do we follow in setting standards? Because SB 9 on ADUs, it's a ministerial action. That's what it says in state law, as you know. Are we under, for SB 9, the direction of the state of California, not TRPA, but the state of California, which HCD sets the standard, state law mandates a standard? Are we following their law, which is, and does what we're proposing to spend $125,000, how do we know, if we don't know what law we're following, how do we know it's going to meet a state standard should we find out that we're following state rules rather than TRPA? Now, as much as I have my concerns about SB 9, and I did when it was proposed by Mr. Weiner of San Francisco, it is the law in California, and I do live in California. So I'm not as concerned about what TRPA thinks about it. I just want to know under what set of rules do we operate, and how do they design something unless they know the rules? That's my question. And by the way, I did bring that up in pre-meetings with staff.
Great, so SB 9 is a little bit different than some of the regulations for ADUs. So I'll state that first, but we are following state law to the extent that we can within TRPA's jurisdiction. And so because of that, SB 9 is not currently being applied within the Lake Tahoe Basin. But I will say as well that we are working closely with a consultant. So we have planning, building staff, and housing staff all working closely with a consultant. And that's why one of the first tasks is to study all the parcels that exist within the city to understand what percentage could actually use this, the average lot size, all of those types of things to move forward and to work within the constraints that we do have to develop ADUs within the basin.
See, again, I think, and thank you, it's not really your, it might be another venue for this, but we need to know as a city, are we operating under state law? And there's numerous new laws in California on housing, very directive to housing. Or we are operating under TRPA rules. That's a core question that we have to know before we can set standards, because if we vary from the ministerial approval of ADUs under SB 9, are we following state law? Or are we following, I'm not really as concerned with what TRPA says. I want to be sure that we're following state law if that's what we're supposed to do. And anything other than that, we swear to, and this is like, a little theatric, but we swear to obey the laws of California, and I want to be sure that we do that and that we get answers from HCD on whose rules apply. Their mum, as you probably have seen some of the correspondence, their mum on this answer, and I want an answer. And we have to have an answer before we spend $125,000.
If I may try to address that.
Thank
so
you.
That may be a difficult question on some issues, but on this one it is not, because TRPA has amended their regulations to be generally consistent with state law regarding ADUs, and the city has adopted an ordinance to allow ADUs that sets forth the standards and the setbacks and we're in compliance with state law on
Okay.
that. So this would be consistent with the city's ordinance that city
So,
council has
so
adopted.
Madam City Attorney, and by the way, I appreciate, I think that's similar to what you had said before. You're saying that the rules that TRPA is applying do not create any more restrictions on us, which is a little different than what I just heard, than what SB 9 allows us to do under the ministerial approvals. That's what you're saying, and if that's the case, then I don't have a problem.
Yeah, this isn't really an SB 9 issue. That has to do with lot splits.
Well-
This is just building an ADU on your current parcel that already has a house on it.
And that's-
And so TRPA has opined the SB 9 doesn't apply in their jurisdiction because it's preempted, but the ADUs, they have allowed, and so we are consistent with TRPA code and state law with our ADU ordinance, which this would be implementing.
But we're not you're saying we are preempted?
No, that TRPA is preemptive. So
I don't, and I don't think that's conclusionary. I don't think that's
opined
necessarily
that
the
the
case.
lot split portion of SB 9 is preempted because they do not allow subdivisions.
Well,
TRPA.
and so the state of California, HCD agrees, and we have something in writing from them that says that we can't do that, because this means affordable housing. So
Mr. Jenkins?
yeah, I just want a clear answer, not from her, I don't
This isn't
expect
on
from
the
her.
agenda today because this is not a lot split issue, so I'd say we table that discussion for a later day.
Well,
but
it's
for
nice
the
that you want
purpose-
to table it, but I want an answer.
Well,
This
so.
is not on the agenda
This is not
for
on the
today.
agenda, so
Well,
why,
it's
I have a solution, and I think it goes back to what happened with, the last item and Mr. Robbins. Let's, decide as a council this at our strategic plan, and, because this is something that is more far-reaching than just this item on the agenda. In fact, the way I'm hearing it, it doesn't even apply to this agenda item.
That's correct.
Well,
There's restrictions that, she said there are restrictions that TRPA applies.
However, Mr. Jenkins, if you heard what she said, she preempted her comment by saying that this isn't an SB 9 issue.
But that isn't what I heard her say.
But SB 9 is, I'm sorry, I did hear her say that. So I am willing to have this discussion, and I know that other people have raised this concern as well. Let's do this at the strategic planning, because we can really delve into it. But let's let Ms.
And let's get a legal opinion. Let's get an opinion from the state of California that tells us we don't have to obey state law, or that we can fudge. It's not a good word, but let's
have
in the
that
meantime,
conversation.
in the
I'm willing, I love that conversation, but let's have it at the strategic planning session. Mr. Robbins, did you have something?
Yes, an actual question, sorry. I just wanted to clarify, because there were a couple of items when this originally came up a while ago, and it looks like this contract covers very well the design plan and building plans aspect for making the goal overall was to make ADUs easier for homeowners to put up in their properties.
Correct.
And so the idea here is to make these plans pre-approved. Another way of doing that was discussed at that meeting, and I just want to clarify on this point, was potentially pre-approving products, prefabricated ADUs, ADU products. As an example, even Home Depot now sells ADUs on their lot. They're shipped in on flatbeds and craned into position. And that would be an additional option in addition to having plans that you could build and custom interior equip how you want, but potentially having pre-approved products, and recognizing that a lot of those products are probably not going to be adequate for our snow loads and our environmental conditions, but some might. And neither I nor, to my knowledge, anyone else so far has done like a survey of the pre-built ADU projects, ADU products, or kits, or pre-built, craned in, whatever, prefabricated items, much the way that Sugar Pines is being built, for example, where the units are being shipped in on truck. They're built in a factory. I think it would be very good to do that. But to clarify, this contract does or does not cover investigating pre-built products or kits. Is that correct?
It does include it. It's under Task 4, list of modular products that can be used in South Lake Tahoe.
Oh.
So that's part of the scope of work.
I'm
or
sorry.
scope of services within the professional services agreement.
Point me to the page, because I missed that
I
entirely.
know,
then.
I just noticed I didn't put page numbers on this, but it's, yeah, thank you.
at the very end, item, which one was it? 4. Provide a process for updates for the route to address California building code changes and potential, that's not, task 4. There.
Yeah, task
Sorry, list modular products that can be used in South Lake Tahoe, include a list excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it already. I did not realize that.
Yeah,
And
that was part of the motion from city council in March.
Okay, good, because I feel like I remember that coming up, and I didn't see that when I looked through, but it's here on the very last page.
Okay.
So, excellent.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Lamelli?
I didn't notice that one.
Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. We'll do public comment if you'll give her just a second. Thank you.
Getting as close to a one-click
Mr.
buy
Loper.
EDU now button. Oh, I had a follow-up question. Shoot.
Okay, it just seems incredible that we're spending $125,000 when we had discussed before these prefab ones at Home Depot. There's one even here that is 444 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath with a steel frame. We're gonna, if we don't pursue this path, you're gonna end up with tracked ADUs, all identical, cookie cutter. It may be in your backyard, but it's gonna look like your neighbor's. It's ridiculous. And these here are not just have a plans, that they have a fixed cost. This one's only $2,600. I mean, $26,000. Why couldn't the planning department go over these? Why are we paying $125,000 for somebody to come up with a cookie cutter when we could run these through by them and save $125,000, and we wouldn't have tracked ADUs? They're different. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Wallace?
I apologize for keeping you late. Mr. Jenkins, I agree with you. There are some real questions to be answered, and I would hope and this discussion probably should have just been at your strategic planning, but since there's 125 grand on the table, it's worth talking about. The Chevron decision, I think, it's just my opinion, I'm not an attorney, might have huge ramifications as to what TRPA's ordinances can and can't do in this basin anymore, if you're willing to take them on. The other is, I just think it's a great idea to come up with these prefab things to pop in that TRPA approves. But really, what they are is just like the old mobile homes that people pushed in. And mobile home parks don't require a lot of approvals because they're under the Department of Motor Vehicles. So I wouldn't hope that you would rule those out. But the Chevron decision may have huge ramifications as to whether an agency that's not elected, that claims to be from the federal government, can make regulations and rules and fines that maybe no longer apply at the higher level. It's a bigger fight, but just might keep it in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
We'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 21. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Robbins, you had something else?
Yeah, sorry, I missed a question. Task 2, under the contract, this is on agenda packet, page 19, analysis of city developable lots. I just wanted to clarify an understanding. I was unclear in the staff meeting if that is a per parcel analysis of whether or not each parcel is potentially developable for one of the at least one of the ADU options, or is that going to be like a statistical thing per neighborhood?
It would be statistical because it would be really difficult to assess lot by lot what's going on, because the first thing that's required under TRPA is a site assessment to understand the amount of coverage. So it will be basically just looking at average lot size, and then any other information, because we'll have to work with some of the GIS people to figure out what sort of data they already collect related to coverage and that type of thing. And also the score of the parcel to see how much coverage is even allowed.
Yeah, because the parcel information data are currently available, albeit it's a hassle of a web interface, I've used it, but I mean, it lists the land area for the lot, the square footage of the coverage for the buildings that are there now is known. I mean, what is the X factor in, and you know generally like where the building is relative to how large the lot is. What's the X factor in determining whether any individual parcel could host an ADU? Could potentially, at least theoretically, host an ADU. I'm sure there'll be some that look like they do but can't ultimately, but the value you would get by having a parcel level data set of potentially ADU-able parcels is that we could then turn around after this is all done and reach out to those owners and say, hey, the city has this new program. If you're interested and want to, your lot may qualify, and here's how you could put up an ADU for less now. So there'd be real value in having it at the sort of the parcel level, and then we'd get real numbers. How many potential units could be with this program support. What's the X factor in being able to do that at a parcel level?
There's several factors, but I would say one of them is coverage that's allowed. So we know that most of the Class 7 land, which is 30% coverage, is highest amount within the city of South Lake Tahoe. But if a lot of these parcels already reach their max coverage, we don't know that since most of the homes were built prior to TRPA's existence. We don't know what that goes up to. And so we don't even know, that data does not currently exist in any system.
So it's the for lack of a better language at the moment, it's the grandfathered in houses that may be larger than what the current limits are. And we do have excess coverage that could be allocated for deed restricted units, but we wouldn't know if that would even be applicable because of some of these units that predate the TRPA coverage, because they haven't had a coverage analysis done because they were built before the TRPA in the, whatever it was, the 50s.
And that site assessment is done not very quickly. It's done by TRPA staff, and it's usually about $1,000 per parcel. And so that's where it becomes like very time and costly.
Right, and it's $1,000, and you don't know at the end of it if you could build an ADU or not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Which is frustrating.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, thank you.
This is where what you're saying is you're applying restrictions to the parcel that's not being evaluated. They come in, want to apply for an ADU permit, and you say they don't have coverage, and they say, well, HCD, and I have their statement, it says that the parcel that will contain the proposed development will be subject to a lot split, must be located in a single-family residential zone. So what you're telling me, and this goes back, it's not your fault, or anyone's fault, it's just that we need to know, do we comply with state law or not? And if we comply with state law, then anyone with a parcel that meets the standards set in state law can get approved ADU. Is it going to take, and I'm not encouraging this, is it going to take somebody to apply who we deny because we say TRPA won't let us do it? Oh, gee, I didn't know they were elected, but and then they're going to have to take us to court and have the court decide that? Because there are people, I think, who are interested in doing this. And I mean, we're going to have to defend that? You see what I'm saying? This is a hypothetical. I'm just talking. We need to know what the law is and whether it applies to us or not. And I didn't get voted in by TRPA, nor did Keith. I'm not speaking for him. I'm just saying. I believe that we need an opinion before we proceed to, we need an opinion from the state saying, are we? Because they haven't answered that question.
So I think that we should move forward, in my opinion, because this is simply an overview and it's to develop the plans. We can work, I agree that we should work on what you're talking about, 100%. But this gets us one step closer while we work out those issues, because this, and I'll also just say that I think that those kits are a great idea, but the kits that you buy off the hill at Home Depot, which are great, I've watched a couple of them be built, they don't always have snow load, the one that you suggested, but this will provide a list of just not pre-approved plans, but those kits. And I would imagine that a lot of people will choose to do the kits because, wow, it's easy. Just put them together or have one craned in, and so we deal with that. But please, let's talk about this. But let's not hold this part. I don't feel like we should hold this part up because we can get one step further down the road, and it gives us yet another option once it's done. So, is there any further discussion? I would entertain a motion. That's okay.
Been working on this one for a while. I move to pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with Workbench in an amount not to exceed $125,000.00 for the development of pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Everybody can vote. And I would just ask staff to add that to the same list that you added the previous item to for our strategic planning session so that we can have a more in-depth discussion and move forward on a path.
I would suggest only that we broaden that a little bit to talk about
Okay.
SB 9 in the basin broadly.
Perfect.
And what it would take to get us close to either adopt whole cloth or at least get us closer to
I agree.
the adoption of an SB 9 or its equivalent in our zoning.
Perfect.
That's already in there. What you just said, Councilmember Robbins. It was in the strategic plan from 2 years ago, so I believe
Oh,
it's
well,
in there.
good. So let's
Then
continue.
Let's keep it on the to-do list then.
Okay. Okay, moving on. We are going to item number 22, our agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, the next city council meeting is January 14th, 9 a.m., and then January 18th at 5 p.m. Between now and then, no city council meeting, and that's all I have to report.
Okay. Is there any questions?
I want to just make sure everyone marks their calendar with these dates. The strategic planning retreat has been set for March 18th in the council chamber here, so.
I thought we were going somewhere.
No, it's going to be in here.
Oh, okay.
I wish it was sooner, but we adopted our schedule at a previous meeting.
Yep.
Council, do you have any questions for the city manager on the agenda planning calendar and what items are coming up?
We were getting like a facilitator. too,
Okay,
right?
we'll move on to updates and announcements. Ms. City Attorney.
Not at this time, thank you.
Ms. City Clerk.
No, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager.
I just want to wish everyone a happy holiday.
Okay. Council member reports and comments. I'm going to start with Mr. Robbins.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Roberts.
I just wanted to note that I will be out of the country for the next meeting, January 14th, but I do anticipate being able to join by Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to thank the city manager, city attorney, city clerk for their courtesy and trying to orient me to what y'all are doing. And I want to thank, of course, the voters of the city for electing me, and say that I want to serve all the people of the community, and I look forward to working with our city council in a collaborative way to come up with things that we can agree on and we can support for the betterment of all. Thank you. Oh, and happy holidays to all.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mayor Pro Tem Bess.
Nothing to report, but happy holidays and enjoy your family.
Perfect. And all I would just like to do is welcome our 2 new members. Looking forward to working with you. Say goodbye to our colleagues that are no longer here at the dais with us, and wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. We're adjourned.
Did you say that you want me to go with Keith?